for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Good morning. Mr. Foreman.
Judge, good morning. I'm just checking in for Jamarcus Johnson. It's my understanding that I guess he's going to be ordered back for tomorrow, or I'll tell him tomorrow is the day we're.
You can bring it back tomorrow. Tell him I said be back tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All right. Hey, Darren.
Mhm.
I think the attorney is back there with this client.
We probably need him out here. Can you tell Mr. Evans we need him out, please? Did they give you a new indictment? The new indictment. So we can interject it. Y'all handle it. Y'all handle it. What you want me to do? You get the finger out, please? Yeah.
Yes, he's got it.
He needs to be a part of that.
Thank you, Mr. President, the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. We have some pre-trial matters we need to check up.
I think there's some things we need to put on the record. First, this trial. And resolve numerous sort of issues and streamline things. One of the things, and we talked about this last week as we were picking the jury, is that the state would make an indictment or make modifications to the indictment so that the indictment was proper for trial, and that it gets rid of a couple counts that the state's not proceeding on at this trial, renumbers the counts so that we don't have count 1 and then count 4, but rather 1, 2, and 3. The 3 charges that would be on trial are conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is count 1 of this indictment, murder in the first degree, which is count 2 of the indictment, and convicted felon possession of a firearm, which is count 3 of the indictment. Counts 1 and 2 have not been altered, but count 3, the state and the defense have met, and we will have a stipulation during the trial that Mr. Johnson is a convicted felon. We're going to withhold from the jury the offense for which he was convicted. So instead, count 3 will read that he's been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under TCA 3917 1307B1A. And it does not say the title of the offense, which is aggravated assault. Through this stipulation, is consistent with case law. Mr. Johnson's going to, Mr. Evans and Mr. Johnson are going to sign that during the trial. So we have sanitized the indictment, I guess is the proper terms for that.
Yes, sir.
And I think the court has a copy of the sanitized indictment.
And we have that. I do. Yes.
Very good.
Do you have the stipulation already typed?
We do. We have it typed, and Mr. Evans has reviewed it. I think he just needs to get his client to review it with him.
That's correct. and at some point we'll make that an exhibit.
The second thing, obviously there's cameras and media in the courtroom. There are also incredibly heightened security risk, security concerns during this trial, both inside this courtroom and outside this courtroom. This is one violent act and series of violent acts that have occurred in this case or around this case. There's witnesses that have true security concerns now and going forward after this trial. And there's also family members who have certain privacy rights and security concerns as well. I've been asked by several of the witnesses and by several of the family members, or maybe all of the family members, that I request from the court that the media not be allowed to film their faces during this trial or on their way in and out of the courtroom. This is a request that other judges in this building have granted numerous times when there's security implications like this, and that's what I would ask for, Your Honor. When they testify, it's customary in those circumstances that basically they film the feet of the witness, but obviously the audio and everything public. But I'd make that request with regard to several of these witnesses and all the family members coming in and out of the courtroom.
So let me make sure I'm clear about your request, that media not be allowed to film family members' faces or witnesses' faces, or both.
Yes and no. Not be able to film family member faces as they come in and out of this courtroom,
Okay.
but they not be allowed to film the two family members that will be the first two witnesses, their faces.
Okay.
And then going forward, maybe before we call a witness in which there's a particular security concern, we can address, Your Honor, as to whether or not they're able to film the faces of those particular witnesses.
Mr. Evans, any objection?
I have no objection to that, so long as the defense would be extended the same courtesy if there was a particular witness that we needed to call for that concern.
Certainly. All right.
The final thing that we'll put on the
Well,
record
let me-
now. Oh,
Let me address before we go further. You want to step aside so I
I did.
can speak to Dean, my cameraman back there. Dean, so I'm going to grant the state's request that the family members, and whom you're going to know, because they'll probably be brought in very shortly together, that their faces not be filmed as they come in and out of court, okay? Or that their faces not be filmed. I'm going to, this is a security risk. This is a high security issue in trial that we're trying to do this week. So for the safety of the families, I'm going to order that you not film their faces. The first two witnesses the state has informed me will be family members. The court has no problem with you filming chest down, feet, but not their faces. You understand?
I understand,
Any questions?
yes,
Yes.
as long as we can do our due diligence. I mean, actually, because I know nothing of this case, I know nothing of anything here, I'm from out of state.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that I do what you tell me, so I have
So-
no problem to say,
The public information person, Ms. Whitaker, will let you know.
okay,
This is gonna be her job for right now.
okay,
So let you know when family members are coming in, for you not to film those faces. And I'm telling you now, the first two witnesses, you won't be filming their faces.
gotcha.
All right, from that point, then the state's going to let you know, or let me know to let you know,
Okay,
who, or the defense about with the faces that don't need to be shown. Okay?
Can we move her down there?
She got her job. All right, what's the third one?
Just go ahead and tender to the court so Your Honor can go ahead and sign it. There's a stipulation with regard to the first witness, the corpus witness,
Yes, sir.
that Mr. Evans and I have already signed and go tender to you.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the corpus witness will be testifying, but won't be shown photos.
The corpus witness will be testifying, but will not show any autopsy photos. The corpus witness should show.
So this is a stipulation of fact. I shall read it into the record right now. You have an objection to that?
No objection.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant, Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, respectfully have agreed to the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thronton Jr. He was a living person who is now deceased. Adolph Thronton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These are facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It's so stipulated and approved by the court.
I'll grab that from your clerk.
Right, let her.
First
I'll
witness. And then the final
and at some
thing,
point you can read that to the jury.
yes, ma'am, we'll do it with the corpus witness, who will be our first witness.
Okay.
So Ms. Williams can get that from your clerk here in a second. The final thing, this is, Mr. Evans and I have both worked hard and had numerous meetings with each other in an attempt to sort of go ahead and address and with regard to pre-trial, many of the pre-trial sort of matters. So let me put one thing on the record to sort of allay any concerns Mr. Evans may have, but also give the court the heads up. And it may be that with a couple of these witnesses, before they actually testify, we may need to have the jury out so your honor can admonish the witnesses with regard to one thing. There are other acts of violence. I think I mentioned other acts of violence that are related to this case. That at least two of the prospective witnesses are aware of, were present for, and these are acts of violence in which Mr. Johnson also personally engaged. Whether or not those are relevant to this case, it's the state's intention not to put on evidence or elicit testimony with regard to these other acts in this trial. And that's something Mr. Evans and I have talked about sort of at length, and we've come to sort of that understanding with each other. And so before that particular witness testifies, I think it'd be smart to have the jury out and just instruct the witness again that we're not going to talk about those other crimes. Obviously, that's for our case in chief and for direct. Where cross-examination goes or whatever is, a different story. But I want to lay any concerns. I won't be talking about other crimes or other acts of violence in my opening or anything like that. Our plan is to proceed, on this act.
Anything else to add to that, Mr. Evans?
So the only thing I would add, Your Honor, is obviously Mr. Johnson in no way concedes that he committed any of the other acts, but other than that, what Mr. Hagerman has said is accurate, and we've met and had an understanding about that.
Thank you. We probably need to make that stipulation and exhibit.
We
You want to do that now, or you want to wait?
we can do it with a witness on stand, Judge, if Your Honor wants to.
Anything else?
Judge, I just have one issue to bring to the court's attention. When we were doing jury selection, I made a motion to allow Mr. Johnson to sit at counsel table based on his right to a fair trial and to assistance of counsel. Your Honor denied that motion initially. I'm renewing that same motion today so that he be allowed to sit at counsel table and assist us during the trial. And one case in point is, as Your Honor remembers, one of the jurors that we voir dire gave his impressions, and we voir dire on it somewhat, about getting the sense if somebody wasn't engaged in with the lawyers, that would give him a sense that they didn't really care about their case. Although other jurors didn't state that on the record, that is the concern for prejudice, Mr. Johnson, and his right to a fair trial. Also, his ability to converse with us, be at table, be able to view things without us having to turn around when the trial's going on, is paramount to him being able to fully exercise his right to counsel.
During jury selection, I specifically remember you asking a particular juror, was her thoughts about the defendant and what he may or may have not done in the past affected by the fact that he wasn't sitting at counsel table. And she specifically said, no, that didn't have anything to do with why she felt the way she felt. That juror was stricken, but you had the ability at that time, as you needed, to ask how people thought about that. So I'm going to continue to deny that request.
Thank you.
And before we get started, juror number 4 was a no-show, and so she has been excused. Anything else? We will move. Okay, there's no chair. Anything else we need to take up before we bring the juror in?
No, you are.
Thanks for having me. You want to bring the family in before the jury comes in? You want to bring the family in?
Yes, yes,
You see them, but they. This is how they receive it. This is somebody's visa. Can I see the chart? Can you see the chart?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's all. Let me see what they do.
I'm missing.
Okay.
You ready? And do a few things down there. Friday. So I forgot we were gonna have still cameras in the back. They need to know the same thing about taking pictures, right? Photographers, we're not taking facial photos of any member of the family. We're also not taking facial photos of the first two witnesses, okay? Feet, sit down, but no facial photos. There may be more witnesses to come that you'll have to do the same thing for, but we'll let you know as they come. Is that a shuttle in right here? Huh? That, you want me to show them? Is that what that is?
Ready on it?
Yes.
Right. Jury's not getting into the court.
can remain standing. You raise your right hand, please. When I finish, you just all say, I will. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Justin Johnson, upon a true bill of indictment, charging him with the offenses of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, a true deliverance make, and a true verdict render, according to the law and evidence, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and the judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging the defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to all the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement if he so chooses. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal, the defense may put on further proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at your verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or an attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject matter whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. I do not know if there will be any media reports in the newspaper, on television, on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to any reports. You as jurors must base your decision solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness may give. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular response that was made or statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of these things in the morning before we get started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they save time for us all. If after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment.
Indictment 22-04769, State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson. It's an indictment in 3 counts. Count 1 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 2 is murder first degree. And count 3 is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. This is count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee Criminal Court, Shelby County, September term of 2022, count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, between June the 1st of 2021 and March the 1st of 2022 in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202 against the person of Adolph Thronton Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense. The said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the said offense. In furtherance of said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard, and killed Adolph Thronton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thronton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith to kill Adolph Thronton Jr. Jermarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's, hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thronton Jr. aided communication between Justin Johnson, also known as Stray Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thronton Jr., and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thronton Jr., all of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-12-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 2, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Adolph Thronton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, again signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 3, the state of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected and paneled, sworn and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly possess a firearm, having been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-1307B1A on May the 2nd, 2017, in the Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County, Tennessee, under docket number W17-00355, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-1307 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Going in reverse order, that third count was convicted felon in possession of a firearm. That second count was murder in the first degree. And that first count, the long one, was conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. It's signed by the foreperson of the grand jury, that true bill having been returned on November the 10th of 2022.
Mr. Justin Johnson, how do you plead?
Mr. Johnson, please not guilty.
Thank you.
And welcome to Memphis. Two things first. I told you last week, there's going to be cameras, there's going to be TV cameras. You hear them clicking, you know right now. When you stood up to take the oath, you probably heard them clicking too. But like we told you last week, and what the judge has instructed each and every one of them, is they cannot film y'all at all. When those cameras were clicking when you stood up to take the oath, they were taking pictures of the judge. As I'm talking to you now, they're taking pictures of me, but not y'all at all. Not at all. Second thing, like I told you last week, we don't have the big windows looking out into the city. We don't have the fancy wood benches in the back. Our room is a third of the size of what we were in last week. That wood behind you is probably not even wood. We got a lot of carpet. But in Memphis talk, we still call this a courtroom. And in this courtroom, the words we talked about last week, presumption of innocence, elements, cases, charges, criminal responsibility, they're not just words. They're the law, and we take an oath to take them seriously and to follow, even without the fancy wood benches. or the big one does. We call this courtroom. And in here, our job is to apply the law to the facts and to do what's right. Welcome to Memphis. Welcome to Memphis, November the 17th of 2021, in the middle of the afternoon, just after noon, about 12:20, 12:21, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon. Sorry. You can stop there. Can everybody see it?
Yes, sir.
This is Memphis, Tennessee. This neighborhood is close to the airport. It's called Orange Mound. It is a historic neighborhood in Memphis. One of the first predominantly black neighborhoods that had so much history, so much art and culture, and of such, significance, that it used to be compared to Harlem in New York City. There was a time when it was particularly vibrant, at a theater, arts. It's an important neighborhood in Memphis. It is less than 15 minutes from this building. Like I said, it's by the airport. In the 80s and 90s, it became riddled with crime, with drugs, with poverty, with gangs. It is trying hard nowadays to make a resurgence, to go back to what it was. There are families that have lived there for decades, generations. There are businesses and other things that have been there for decades. What we're looking at here is one of those Memphis businesses, a family business. This is the storefront of Makita's Cookies. This is the front of the store. This is its parking lot in front of it. Makita's Cookies. They sell butter cookies, basically. Some have icing on them. This is simple butter cookie. People say they're real good. In Memphis, they say they're fire. So we got a cookie store that sells fire butter cookies in the middle of the day at 12:21 in the afternoon.
Mr. Hager, you're stating from.
You can stop it here. All right. So in 2021, people thought that was like a Lamborghini or something because they hadn't seen the new Corvettes yet, really. They weren't around. That is, in fact, one of those new Corvettes. It has a special wrap on it, is what they call that. It's not something you can buy, from the dealership. You have to get that done yourself. Well, here, that's a special wrap that the Memphis rapper artist, Young Dolph, had on several of his vehicles. There's a couple times in this video we'll just have to wait, but it's a matter of seconds, and it's the last seconds of his life, so we can We can wait for him. You'll stop there first. All right. This taller man here in the yellow shirt, blue jeans, white shoes. His name is Adolph Thronton Jr. You've heard me read it a couple times now. He grew up in Memphis. The neighborhood he grew up in was Castalia, not terribly far from this, also a neighborhood in South Memphis. You'll see a member of his family testify this week. She'll tell you a little bit about his background and his family. I'll tell you a little bit about him right now, though. He is an ambitious young man who is a rapper, Memphis rapper, who rapped about the things that he saw growing up and that he sees in his neighborhood in Memphis. Some of that is drugs, some of that is violence, some of that is crime, some of that is gangs. Whether or not we agree or disagree as to whether or not that subject matter, are things we should be listening to or not, I can assure you it's real. He rapped about stuff that is real. He rapped about stuff that was real. And one of the things that meant everything to him in terms of what is real is he wanted to make it for himself. He wanted to make it for himself. He wasn't interested. He wasn't interested in joining others. It was all about making it himself. He felt like when he grew up, he called it his come up. That's what he called it, his come up. That it was rough and hard, but it was important, that he got through it himself and he wanted to make it for himself. And he made it for himself as a rapper, as an artist. Young Dolph became famous, shortened to Dolph. Very famous. Wanted to make it by himself. Wanted to be self-made, but it wasn't just about him. Because he also wanted a record label. He wanted to promote other artists. He wanted to make them famous. And so he started not just his own rap career, but a record label that's called Paper Route Empire. Paper Route. Like a young man or woman would have to make money on the side throwing papers. But also a play on the word paper. Because in Memphis, slang for money is paper. It's sometimes abbreviated PRE, Paper Route Empire. And that is Dolph and the rappers that he promoted. Trying to make it on your own is obviously hard. In this game, trying to make it on your own can create enemies. PRE, Paper Route Empire, his label, it's not the only label in Memphis. He's not the only famous rapper in Memphis. Another label CMG, Cocaine Music Group. And they became an enemy. They wanted Dolph under their label, but he turned down millions. I want to do it myself. The second time, they wanted Dolph under their label, but he turned down many millions. I want to do it myself. And in this game, whether it's smart or not, there are things called, in Memphis, we call them diss tracks, DISS. A rap where I may insult, level whatever sort of insults and everything else I want to in the song itself. And Dolph had plenty of those. And he had plenty of those directed at this other label, the Cocaine Music Group, at their artist, and at their number 2 person. His name is Big Joe, the number 2 person of Cocaine Music Group. Through the years, and I'm talking years before what we're going to watch, having nothing to do with Mr. Johnson on trial, there were highly publicized incidents of violence directed by CMG against Dolph. He even wrote songs about it. Bulletproof, 100 rounds. And he also spewed out the disses and the insults. Stop it there. This man here got out of the car with Dolph. That's his brother. His name's Marcus Thornton. His brother, his friend. This thing that we're about to watch has had a terrible impact on Marcus. Not just his brother and his friend, but he also works security for them. In fact, as Marcus walks in this cookie store, he has a gun on his person, and he has another gun in the car. Dolph was well aware of the threats and the violence from CMG that were constantly hanging over him and his people. We'll wait 30 seconds. Stop it there. That car that just drove up came from this side of the parking lot. It had actually been following Dolph on the street when Dolph turned it on, and it went up to this light where it got stopped for a few seconds and then came around. It's a white Mercedes. There's other pictures where you'll be able to see it more clearly. But it's a white Mercedes with back end damage back here on the back passenger side of the car. It's a stolen car. It's a stolen car that our defendant here, Justin Johnson, traded for one car for another at a gas station about 10 hours before this event happened. This man got out of the passenger side of the white Mercedes. Door's still open. We saw him run to the parking lot. He's here with a large semi-automatic weapon. He's in a hoodie. He's got sweatpants, and he's got white shoes. We'll see a second man come out of the car too. Those two men that we're going to see come out of the car, they're going to gun Dolph down. He's inside the business. He has walked over to sort of where the bathrooms are in the business. He's as close as I am to y'all. There's the window, and he's getting shot through the window. Both of these men will shoot. This one in particular, it looks like he's never shot this type of gun before. It's because he probably hadn't. The second man out of the car who's driving is our defendant, Justin Johnson. Neither one of these men are professional hitmen. If it looks like they don't take tactical shooting stances, it's because they don't. Let's watch Mr. Johnson get out of the car. You can stop it here. This is Dolph here. Remember, he was wearing the yellow. This is Marcus. Remember, I told you he had a gun. He tries to return fire as these two men quickly shoot Dolph. Dolph's body's riddled with bullets. He shot all in the back, in the face, in the neck, in his arms. The first man out was Cornelius Smith, and he has that semi-automatic weapon, shooting wildly into Dolph. The second man out is Justin Johnson, who has a handgun. He's firing at Dolph as he lays on the ground. Marcus Thornton starts firing back once he hears the shots. Now we see him emerge from the building. Can't tell in the video, but Marcus actually hits Cornelius in the shoulder, shoot back. I want to spend some time with two things. This Mercedes, these two people, Justin and Cornelius, they didn't fall out of the sky on a Wednesday at 12:20 in the afternoon at a cookie store. They had been looking, they had followed them, and for them, this just business. This was just business. They don't even know each other that well. Let's start with Cornelius. Cornelius is from this neighborhood, Orange Mound. He's in his early 30s now. Cornelius has had serious drug problem. He does ecstasy and Percocet. He gets his drugs over on Bradley Street, just over 2 miles from the scene. from a man whose name you have heard, Hernandez Gobe. They don't call him that, though. They call him Quet. His middle name is Marquette, and it's shortened to Quet. So Cornelius gets his drugs from Quet. Quet is what in Memphis we call an old head, older guy, lives in the neighborhood, lifelong criminal, in and out of jail through the years. Quet sells drugs. Quet gambles on sports like crazy, online sports stuff. And then Quet tries to identify young rappers and tries to shop them to CMG, hoping to get a cut, hoping to hit it big. Years ago, he and his brother missed out on one of those big rappers. But Quet knew a young rapper who he was in the process of shopping to CMG. And that young rapper is Justin Johnson, who goes by Straight Drop. Sometimes I just call him Drop. So Quet's the common person. He knows Cornelius from the neighborhood, knows him well, sells him drugs. He knows Justin Johnson. He's trying to get him to be the next CMG rapper. But not just that. The business is not just rap. Because Big Chook, person I told you about before, that number 2 guy at CMG, he's put out a hit. A hit. $100,000 to whoever kills Dolph. He has met with Justin. He has met with Cornelius. And they think they're ready to do it. They're definitely willing to do it. For Cornelius, it would be 50 grand, I guess, that he could waste away on Percocets and ecstasy. For Justin, it's 50 grand, but also a chance to make it big with CMG. To become the next famous Memphis rapper. Straight Drop. They were sent here. They were sent. But not professional hitmen. Not even monsters. I'm not going to call anybody a monster. This is just business for these two. Money for Cornelius, money and rap fame for Justin Johnson. They did the best they could, really. Stolen car. Better to use a stolen car that can't be traced back to me. When we still shot the video, you'll see that they're wearing gloves. Afterwards, the guns get disappeared. The car gets ditched in a neighborhood and wiped down and moved and wiped down and moved. Their plan is to go their separate ways and just disappear into Memphis. They did the best they could. I guess it could have gotten away with it. Get the guns gone, you get the car wiped down, get the car hidden for long enough. You're wearing masks, you're wearing hoodies, you're wearing gloves. Do it so quick, but it takes seconds. You get in, you get out, you get separate, you get disappear, and I guess you get away with it. There's a problem there, though. There's a problem there. Still staring at us. One of the big problems. It's not 1981. It's not 1991. It's not even 2001 when I started this building. It's 2021. It's 2021. And what I started talking to you about when I first stood up, what you didn't think about, what we don't think about almost ever anymore. These places have cameras. Places have cameras. Is the hotel lobby? It's walking into the building. It's this courtroom now. A lot of places that have cameras. And also what we don't think about, we didn't have to in 1981 or 91, whatever, is we carry phones around. Phones that can give people clues as to where we were, what was going on. We can wipe down cars. We can use stolen cars. We can get rid of guns. We can disappear in the neighborhoods. We can separate from each other. But it's 2021. And I guess I didn't think about that. We reviewed, back up the video about 3 or 4 seconds. All right, I think it's up there. All right, so what we saw before was this man first. Remember the one with the automatic weapon, the larger of the 2 weapons? He got out of the car first from the passenger side. He ran around and shot the gun wildly into Dolph. We're concerned in this trial. Now, Mr. Smith is charged with murder too. So is Mr. Govan. And we've heard that Jamarcus is charged with conspiracy, but in this trial, this is Justin Johnson's trial. This is Justin Johnson. He is wearing tennis shoes that have white soles. See this one better in this shot. White soles, they're black with a little white stripe. There are times in the video where you can see his socks, and they're white socks. He's wearing gray sweatpants. In fact, there's angles of the video that you can see that this gray sweatpants on this left leg has a little silver-like emblem on it, real small, it's shiny sometimes. He's wearing gloves. See it maybe better there. He's wearing a black hoodie. He's wearing a mask. And he's wearing a Bass Pro hat. All right, so black tennis shoes, the white sole, white stripe up the middle of the tennis shoes, white socks, gray sweatpants. There is a little emblem that you can see in some angles on the leg. Black hoodie. Here during the shooting, he's wearing a mask, and he's got a Bass Pro hat. Bass Pro store is only not even a quarter of a mile from where we're sitting, right here. There's other angles and other still shots where you can clearly see it's a Bass Pro hat. And there's other angles where you can see the little emblem that he has on his sweatpants. following video here. There's a building in Memphis. This happens in the historic neighborhood itself, Orange Mountain. But there's a building in Memphis, it's a historic building. There's only like 10 or 12 of these buildings in the whole United States. They used to be, back 7 years ago, Sears buildings, okay? Huge. Largest square foot building in Memphis for many, many years. At the time, Sears was sort of like Amazon before Amazon existed. Because these big warehouse buildings, everything, you come and place your orders, and it was, they say, it was quite sort of an amazing thing. The need for those buildings went away. In Memphis, the building was abandoned for decades. They have pictures of it, abandoned. And it's crazy. It is the largest square foot building in Memphis, and it was abandoned. In other cities, there were 10 or 12 of these things. Some were abandoned, some were actually even torn down. But a few were repurposed. And in Memphis, over the last 15 years, ours was repurposed and renovated and redone. Amazing building now. It has a high school in it. It has restaurants in it. It has businesses in it. Has a YMCA in it. Has a brewery in it. Has all sorts of things in it. Also has apartments in it. Has 4 floors of apartments. So when you live here, it is a nice place to live. You live sort of like in a shopping mall with restaurants and everything else right there. Okay. Justin Johnson, 2021, has a mother and a sister that have apartments in that building. The building is 12 stories high. Huge footprint. November 17th, 2021. This is less than an hour before the killing. This is Justin Johnson in the elevator, leaving the building about an hour, really less than an hour, before the killing. Black tennis shoes, white soles, white stripe up the middle, gray sweatpants, black hoodie, Bass Pro hat. In fact, you'll see picture after picture and video after video. It's the same outfit he was wearing the night before. We'll see him in this outfit from 2 o'clock in the morning, same day, all the way up to leaving the building right before the killing. The exact same outfit as that man in the video. A guess as to what kind of car he got caught leaving it. At the parking garage of this building. Back in damage. Just like the ones before. You can get rid of guns. You can wipe down cars. You can disappear in neighborhoods. But it's not 1981. It's 2021. And from 2 o'clock that morning to 12:23 the same day, he is called again and again. And it's not just before the murder. Cornelius got shot. Can't tell the video. He got shot in the shoulder. He needs medical attention, or at least somebody look at it. You'll see the text messages. You'll see the phone location type stuff. You'll see that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Smith, after they ditch the car in the neighborhood, they have another car waiting. That they go over to Mr. Johnson's cousin's apartment. An apartment complex that used to be called the Two-Lane Apartments here. Now it's called the Gospel Gardens Apartments. We're talking within 45 minutes of the killing. So we have the killing. Cornelius gets shot, ditch the car, get in Johnson's other car. And we go to Johnson's cousin's apartment, 2 lanes. So they can try to bandage up Cornelius. So Johnson can change his clothes. So they can try to get away and disappear. How do we know that? Well, their phones, but not just their phones, because again, it's not 1981. That apartment complex has video. You see them arrive in Johnson's other car, which is a white Expedition. You see them from distance walking into the apartment complex. You see Johnson's cousin directing them where to go. You see at this point Cornelius has his shirt pulled up weirdly because he's been shot in the shoulder. You see Johnson wearing the same clothes, the gray sweatpants, the black shoes, the black hoodie, the Bass Pro hat. You see him go inside the apartment. At some point you see Johnson come out. Someone else has brought him a change of clothes. You see Johnson get inside that car, inside the back seat of his friend's car, and change his clothes. No longer in the murder outfit. And you see them leave. To disappear almost. Because later that night, we see Johnson back at that big building called Crosstown. He's in his new clothes that his friend brought him at the apartment complex. And he goes to his apartment and he packs up, and you'll see him at the elevator with his suitcase and everything else, ready to get the heck out of town. The contract hit a big joke. The hitman found and solicited Hernandez Gomez, who they call Quet. The hitman, a druggie from the neighborhood, Cornelius, and the aspiring young rapper, Straight Drop. And they could have gotten away with it, but they didn't. What we watch up here is so quick. And we watch it and we call it violence. That's a man with a family and with a life who's laying at the edge there in the yellow, riddled with bullets, dead. We watch that and we call it violence. For Cornelius Smith and for Justin Johnson, it was just business. They call it business. What we do here this week, in here, we'll see the video plenty of times. We'll see the crosstown videos, the apartment videos, we still still shots and everything else. What we do here this week together is not violence and it is not business, it's justice. And at the end of this, you will see that both Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson are caught. And they're both guilty of murder. They're both guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. And Johnson, as he is a prior felon, is also guilty of convicted felon in possession of a handgun. And if being caught on video is not enough for you, you'll also hear it from Cornelius Smith's mouth. That's me with the assault rifle killing Dolph. And that's Justin with a handgun with me killing Dolph. Even he realizes he's just called.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good to see you again. Thank y'all for being here. It's an important day. It's going to be an important week as you all sit in judgment and you evaluate the evidence in this case. And as we talked about in Board Iron, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent. And he'll remain that way. Because at the conclusion of this case, once you've viewed all the evidence and heard all the testimony, you will not be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. Because he did it. Now, Mr. Haggard was a very skilled attorney, did a great opening statement. But there's always two sides. And there are certain things about this case that I'm going to urge you to be paying particular attention to. You heard a little bit about Govan, and I anticipate you'll get to hear from Govan in this case. You already heard you're going to be hearing from Mr. Smith. You know, and Mr. Hagerman talked about Mr. Govan and said he liked to, you know, get an interest in young rappers, right? He liked to exploit. He liked to exploit young rappers. Like Mr. Johnson. He brings no skill to the table, but you're going to hear testimony about how he intended. It was his sole mission to get a 30 to 60% piece of Mr. Johnson. You're going to hear him say, oh, man, Mr. Johnson was going to go platinum. And he and his god brother had missed out on this golden opportunity for another rapper, and they weren't going to let that go by. They weren't going to let that go by again. And so he gets his claws into Mr. Johnson. All right? And what you're going to hear is as the process goes on, is the idea is that he's going to sign with CMG, Mr. Johnson is. But there comes a point in the road where what Mr. Govan wants, which is a meal ticket, the payday, and what Mr. Johnson wants different. And you're going to hear about how they take this trip to Atlanta. And the whole idea is that they're going to go to Atlanta, and this is Mr. Govan's chance. He's got another guy he's going to bring in to help sell the management contract, which is going to get him this massive piece of this young up-and-coming artist. And you're going to hear, this is about September of 21. This is right before November. And you're going to hear that they go to Atlanta to meet Jook, who is one of the higher-ups at CMG. Right? They go to Atlanta, and while in Atlanta, Mr. Johnson decides, I'm not going to go your way. I'm not going to go your way, Govan. I'm not going into business with you. I'm going to do it without you. And at that moment, I anticipate you're going to hear Mr. Govan say he was really mad. He felt some kind of way about the fact that he had, in his mind, his perception was he had done all this to help this up-and-coming star, and now he was going to be left to the wayside, and he wasn't going to get a piece. And he's so angry that he leaves Mr. Johnson in Atlanta. Leaves him there. Mr. Johnson has to find another way home. You know, Mr. Hagerman talked about, it's not 1981, right? It's 2024 now. It's 21 when this happened. But there are certain things that are as old as time. And that's greed, right? Pride, and deceit. And that's what Mr. Govan has, is greed. And then he gets angry because if he can't get a piece of this young artist, nobody can. Nobody can. It's time to tank this one because he's not going to go with Govan. And Govan, you're going to hear, and the state has said, is soliciting. He's in the middle of this thing with Dolph. It's going to be important for you through this case to really pay attention to preparation. When you hear witnesses like Govan testify, why is he saying what he's saying? What's he getting at? He's getting something, and you're going to hear it. He's got a vested interest in making sure that he saves his own hide and takes this young rapper, this young man, off the board, since he wasn't going to go with him in the first place, since he abandoned him and decided not to share any of his money going forward. The same is to be said for Mr. Smith. You're going to hear from Mr. Smith. And Mr. Hagerman tells you, he says he's going to tell you that was me and Justin. You will also hear about other things Mr. Smith has said during the same time that he's been meeting with the state, meeting with law enforcement, trying to save himself. And why he's doing this, why he's meeting with them and telling them this story, you're also going to hear he's writing letters to his family and telling his family, I didn't really do this. I didn't really do this. I'm just going to get the deal. I just want the deal. I want you to know I didn't do it. I'm just saying what I got to say to get myself home. How much bigger of a motivator could someone have And it makes you question. If he's saying those things to other people, how do you know the truth? How does the state know the truth before they put him up, right? You know, you're right, 2021, there's video. And I'm going to tell you now, similar clothing doesn't equal the same. All right? Video is going to show what it shows. You're going to be able to watch it, evaluate it, look at it. The crosstown videos and pictures that they show you, look at them, evaluate them. Absolutely. But similar doesn't mean the same. For mass-produced items, you have to ask yourself, is there anything particularly significant or unique about those items that couldn't have been obtained by another person and worn by another person? And look, if that video on its own and those, the other part of that was enough, why would we need to hear from these other folks? Why would we need to hear from them? They want you to hear from them. They need you to hear from them because there was references of cell phone information. That cell phone information isn't going to be able to pinpoint where they are or where these phones are. That area has all sorts of other locations in it. You're going to hear, you heard that car was wiped. You're going to hear that they did fingerprint analysis on the car. Cornelius Smith's prints are on the car. Another individual named Kristen Gardner on the car. Another gentleman named Trayon Ingram on the car. You know whose fingerprints aren't on the car? Justin Johnson. And if it was wiped and then moved and wiped, as the state suggests, then how are their prints on? You're going to hear that they did touch DNA, right? So lucky, it's not 1981 anymore. We got touch DNA now. Forensics has come a long way. Crime scene unit went into this car and did several swipes for touch DNA. They don't have anything saying Justin Johnson's DNA. The car that they got, a dude got shot, according to Cornelius Smith. I mean, he got shot in the shoulder. No blood in the car that we're going to hear any forensic analysis about. How is that? These are the things that you as jurors will have to pay particular attention to throughout this case. The shame of it is that people like Govan and Cornelius Smith are going to get an opportunity to come and lie to your face. That's the shame. And they will. The judge instructed you earlier some of the things to be mindful of on credibility. So they appeared particularly honest. And then there becomes one really important. To what degree does what Cornelius is saying differ from what Govan is saying? Pay attention to that. Why is it different? The truth is one thing, right? One thing. And I'm not talking about inconsequential facts. I'm talking about this was a horrible thing that happened to Adolph Thronton and his family. It wasn't just every day. So why are they telling different stories? we talked about this in Board I or something. The idea of keeping an open mind. I'm going to ask you again to do that. To hold any judgment or consideration on that issue until you've heard everything. And remember, I completely agree. This isn't business this week. This is justice. And as we talked about in Board I, your job is to mete out justice in this case. Absolutely. A life was lost. Absolutely. But as we talked about in Board I, and you all agreed, it's never justice if you convict the wrong person. So I appreciate all of your attention that you're going to provide this week in deciding the fate of Mr. Johnson. Because he didn't kill Adolph Thornton. And he shouldn't be the one that has to take the fall for it. Thank you.
State controversy witness.
The state calls Erica Thornton.
Erica Thornton. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting on this first witness to come in, make sure your phones are turned off, please. Phones turned off. And if anyone feels like that they won't be able to handle emotionally testimony, things they might see, I ask you to leave. Please remove yourself. There will be no outburst. You swear or affirm to tell the truth? Yes. I see what
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Erica, Erica, Thornton, Thornton.
Thank you. Did you know an individual by the name of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes,
And how did you know him?
it's my brother.
What kind of relationship did you both have?
Sister brother relationship, we were all pretty close. We had a great relationship. Spoke all the time, hung out every chance we could get together. So we had a great relationship.
Okay. And if you were shown a picture of your brother, Mr. Thornton, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes.
And Ms. Thornton, you said, who is that in that picture?
My brother, Adolph.
Okay. Your Honor, I request that this photo be entered into evidence and marked as exhibit number 1.
This is a photograph of who has been described as Adolph Thornton Jr. wearing black cap, turned backwards glasses. We'll mark this as exhibit 1 to this.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I have permission to... Thank you. And Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thornton,
Hold up. Mhm. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that's marked as exhibit will go back to you when you deliberate. So you'll have opportunities to examine all the evidence.
So Ms. Thornton, you're familiar with his family, correct?
Yes,
Does he have any children?
yes,
How many children does he have?
he has 2.
Okay. When was the last time you saw your brother?
So last time that I saw my brother was in September, right before Labor Day. So 2 months before he was murdered.
Okay. And you did find out that something had happened to him?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know of any funeral service of Mr. Thornton?
yes, I planned it.
Okay. And did you attend?
Yes,
Okay. My final question, do you miss your brother?
most definitely.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to read a stipulation of fact into the evidence. It has been signed by both parties and Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
So before you do that, ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you is what she just said is a stipulation between the parties. The parties have chosen to, in order to keep witnesses from having to testify, witnesses from having to testify about certain events and things, the parties can stipulate to those facts. So you might hear a few stipulations throughout, and those will be also entered into evidence, and you'll go back, it will go back with you also.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, respectively, have agreed to the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thronton Jr. He was a living person and is now deceased. Adolph Thronton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that the family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It is so stipulated and approved by the court. And Your Honor, at this time, I request that this stipulation be entered into evidence and marked as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
And this is a stipulation of facts dealing with the agreed upon facts of the witness not having to testify as to a autopsy photo signed by all parties. Who mark this as exhibit 2 for this.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'll pass the witness.
No questions.
Thank you. Argument witness?
Call Raul Hopkins.
Step up here, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You can face me, you don't have to worry about that microphone, just sort of keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Tell us your name.
Blue Hopkins,
Can you spell your first last name?
BLUEHOPKINS.
You go by Blue, is that right, or
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Blue or something?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Real name is Raul, RAUL, Hopkins, HOPKINS.
Thank you. How old are you?
60.
All right. Do you know Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
From the neighborhood, family,
What neighborhood?
Cashapp.
And tell the jury where Castalia is.
It's South Memphis. It's north of Dunn.
Is that where, and I'm gonna call it, if Adolph Thornton Jr., what did you call him?
Young Dolph.
Young Dolph or Dolph?
Dolph, yes, sir.
Is that where Dolph grew up?
Yes, sir.
Were you Dolph's friend
Friend?
for his whole life?
Yes.
Are you also involved in his business?
Yes.
What was your involvement in his business?
I was his security.
And how many years have you been working his security?
7 years.
Job probably quite a bit of travel,
Yes, sir.
a little bit of stress.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Dolph's record label. What was the name of it?
Paper Route Empire.
And is that Dolph and other artists?
Yes.
Dolph helped promote those other artists?
Yes, sir.
And Dolph would perform, I assume, concerts and things like this.
Yes, sir.
You were in charge of security for many of these things
Yes, sir.
for some years, it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this photograph. You've seen it. Tell me what that is underneath that little placard.
That's the PRE chain.
Okay, and PRE, that Paper Route Empire,
Yes, sir.
his label,
Yes, sir.
and he says a chain, looks like a necklace or something.
Yes, sir.
Is that Dolph's?
Yes, sir.
No, move down the elements of state next number exhibit.
Objection.
This is a picture of a chain, emblem for a chain, PRE, with the placard number 64, looks like in a pot. We'll mark that as exhibit number 3.
You familiar with a rival rap label?
Yes.
What was its name?
CMG.
Cocaine Music Group?
I think so, yes, sir.
Does that label have artists and things like it under that umbrella?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the name Juke or Big Juke?
Yes, sir.
And is that person, to your knowledge, affiliated or part of the leadership of CMG?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
You familiar with any sort of rivalry between CMG and Dolph?
Yes, sir.
You familiar with sort of the origins of that rivalry?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Of us doing shows, we got the soprano shot up, a few other various things. There's a lot of shit going on.
Okay, well, let me back up, because I think you're talking about incidents that happened, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's back up. Do you know, why does CMG have a problem with Dolph at all? You're not familiar with that? You familiar with Dolph ever turning down proposals to sign with artists from CMG?
Yes.
Was it important to Dolph that he did it himself?
Yes, sir.
Did he make public statements like that?
Yes, sir.
Did he make statements like that in his rap songs?
Yes, sir.
In his rap songs, did he call out CMG and those artists?
Yes, sir.
In those rap songs, in fact, did he call out Big Joke?
Yes, sir.
Did he say insulting things about Big Joke?
Yes, sir.
Through the years, has that translated into some violence directed against Dolph?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned 2 incidents. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
To be clear, these are incidents that happened in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, who's on trial now, was not part of it.
No, sir.
Tell me quickly about those 2 incidents.
1 and 15, we was in in Charlotte.
What happened in Charlotte?
We just came to the hotel. We was in the Sprinter
van?
Sprinter van, yes, sir. We was sitting there for about 15, 20 minutes. Ran upstairs. Once we got upstairs, got in the room, 2 more people ran up and said they just shot a by Sprinter.
Bullet holes?
Bullet holes.
A lot of them?
Yes, sir.
Dolph end up even rapping about it?
Yes, sir.
An act of CMG violence.
Yes, sir.
What was the other incident?
The other incident happened in California when he actually got shot
Dolph got shot.
in California.
Perpetrators affiliated with CMG.
Yes, sir.
You can see where security would be stressful.
Yes, sir.
Protecting not just your client, but it sounds like your friend.
Yes, sir.
It's just a little piece of paper. Defense counsel seeing this. We just passed this forward, Judge. Oh, to the witness. That emblem on that, you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Is that CMG?
Yes, sir.
You know, if we just offer that in evidence to say somebody says it.
Objection.
This is the letter CMG with Cocaine Music Group under it. Looks like an emblem. We'll mark this as Exhibit 4.
I can publish these two exhibits, Sean.
Okay.
It's exhibit 3 and 4 for the record. I agree. It's just. I'm publishing the exhibits with the logo of PRE, Paper Route Empire, and CMG, Cocaine Music Group.
Yes, sir.
Could have Mr. Blue identify some people real quick in the video itself, Your Honor, if you could stop it for a second. I've spoken with defense counsel, and this video will go ahead and admit into evidence. I don't think we need to mark it right now. It's on the flash drive.
We do.
You-
You don't want to mark it right now?
I don't think we need, but we can view it if there's questions, and then we can mark it after he testifies rather than having to load everything back up.
That's fine.
We're gonna watch a little bit of this, okay? Sure. All right, you can stop there. Are you familiar with this car?
Yes, sir.
Whose car is that?
Young Dolph.
It's one of those new Corvettes.
Yes, sir.
I see that it has either a paint job or a wrap or something on it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
It's just, he wrapped a lot of his cars
Okay.
camouflage.
Okay. So it's like a white and blue sort of camouflage pattern.
No, it's more like white and green.
Okay. And that is something he had several of his vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
All right, you stop with arrows. Who is that?
That's Young Dolph.
All right. And who is that?
That's his brother.
Is his brother's name Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Has this event had a significant impact on Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Did Marcus sometimes help with Dolph's security?
Yes, sir.
Let's go and sign video so we can just leave it on this time. Is that the car arriving?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where they were arriving from?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know if Dolph had been to Makeda's before?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been there with him?
No, sir.
Had you ever even tried the cookies there?
No, sir.
He ever talked to you about the cookies?
Yes, sir.
Is that Dolph?
Yes, sir.
The chain around his neck, is that the PRE chain?
Yes, sir.
The one that we saw in the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And that's Marcus behind him?
Yes, sir.
That's good. Happens quick.
Yes, sir.
Mark, last week, Mark, these exhibits later on in the trial. No further
Any
questions?
objection about the marking of the exhibit?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Any objection to the marking of the exhibit?
No objection.
Any questions, Mr. Evans?
No question.
Thank you, sir.
Good day, Fletcher.
You may. It's time to take a break. Once again, do not talk about what you heard. You only just heard a small amount of what you're going to hear. So go rest yourself, rest your mind for a little while, leave all of your notes here, and we'll take a state of recess.
All rise. This court stands in recess.
So I don't know if y'all been following this trial match, but I have. And yes, I'm pissed off. Ho got his ass ain't in there because, like I said, if it wasn't for his big head, none of this would have happened. And it was like the crazy thing is as soon as Dolph got taken out, there was nobody was wondering who was behind it. Like nobody was sitting, nobody was like, wonder who wanted to kill Dolph. They done already tried to kill this man 2-3 times already. Like it was never, that was never like the question. The question was who facilitated it, to follow the money. So if y'all don't know, yes, Big Jook is Hogotti's brother. And he was basically like the muscle, like the stuff that Hogotti would rap about really was the shit his brother was doing or whatever. But anyway, Big Jook took this beef into his hands or whatever because Hogotti is the face. He the money. He the one that, you know what I'm saying? He bringing in the check. He can't be on the internet going back and forth with, it's bad for the business, bad for image or whatever. So, Jook was behind a lot of this stuff because if y'all remember when Dolph got shot in Charlotte, they tracked that really back to Black Youngster. Black Youngster got arrested for it, but they could never like tie everything together. I don't know how, because the rental car was in Black Youngster's name, which is how they traced it back to him anyway. But just like how they trying to do Jeffrey, but for whatever reason, they didn't have whatever evidence that they needed and they dropped the case. But so the timeline, like from Dolph passing, I think they're coming back. See? Now I know that their bathroom rates is 30 freaking minutes. Oh, it's a 115. But yeah, so when Dolph got out of here, they brought in several people for questioning. One of them was Jason, I forget dude's name, but he is from another like gang in Memphis called Trula Mafia. But Trula Mafia is tight with CMG or whatever. He was found deceased in his car. It might have been a year ago now, or maybe, or coming up on a year, or whatever. He got gone before Jook got gone. But the guy that they are claiming was the mastermind of Dolph's demise is Hernandez Govan. He's also going to be on trial. He's just not on trial like right now or whatever. Hernandez Govan had a daughter named Lotta Cash Desto, and she was supposedly like an up-and-coming rapper. And she lived in Houston. When Straight Drop and them did this, he needed to go flee. He needed to get low. And apparently the word on the street is he got low in Houston with a lot of cash. That's what the word on the street is. And that is Hernandez Govan's daughter. Her real name is Des something Govan. Like that's his daughter. And she just randomly got taken out 2:00 in the morning and leaving the club in the middle. Like, it was obviously a hit. They did arrest people for that. I think some people they trace back to Louisiana. They obviously did not and are not going to trace that back to Memphis. But whatever. That's neither here nor there. But so she is no longer here. The thing is, the link between Hernandez Govan and Big Jook. Well, there are a bunch of pictures on the internet of Big Jook and Hernandez Govan in pictures together. Apparently, they were very, very tight. Like they were close. Like they were friends. They was homies. So the conspiracy would be that Big Jook enlisted Hernandez Govan to facilitate this. He put it in his hands. He's the one that gave Hernandez Govan the money to give to these little dudes or whatever to take care of this out. But making it so that it doesn't go back to Ho Gotti in any way. Ho Gotti may not have even known about it. I doubt it, but he may not have even known about it. If this could have been his brother's doing and his brother's doing only. And it's hard. Yes, Juke was never charged, but it's hard not to put Juke's name in it when him and Hernandez go there and are like, you know, like I said, they homies. So it just so happens that your homie was the mastermind of taking out your brother's rival. It just like common sense. And that's why a lot of people say that Memphis police dropped the ball on this investigation. Because I mean, I just kind of find it difficult in 2024 that they weren't able to trace it back to Juke before he passed. There should have been some kind of trail somewhere. And yes, if they had thought it out well enough, I guess there wouldn't be a trace. But I just kind of feel like there's a way they should or could have traced it back to him before he passed. That's just I mean, it's just how I feel. But and maybe they did, and maybe they just didn't have enough evidence to bring no charges to him. I don't know. I guess we'll never know. But I don't know. We might find out in this trial. You know, during trials, people, you know, just start blurting stuff out. So I guess we'll see. But has anybody noticed that when people talk about the Illuminati and people sacrificing people and all that stuff, if you sit back and look, when Dolph passed away, what happened? That's when CMG signed Glorilla. They signed is it Big Boogie? I think it's Big Boogie. They signed some I mean they had Moneybag or whatever. If y'all notice, ever since they got Dolph out the way, they killing it. Ho Gotti ain't got to make a lick of music, and I hope he don't. But he don't have to make any more music because Glorilla keep dropping hits. Whether you like Glorilla or whether you don't, Glorilla keep dropping hits that the girlies are playing back to back to back to back. Big Boogie is hot. Like Moneybag still, all his songs kind of sound the same, but he still got his core group of fans too. So I'm not saying that somebody sacrificed Dolph. I'm just saying that kind of showed me how that shit worked. They got Dolph out the way, and now CMG is on the billboards. They on the Hot 100s. Glorilla is crossing over to pop. She got the Caucasian girls singing her songs. Once you cross over into pop, you know you have arrived. And the thing about it is, if Key Glock don't put out no hot song, we don't hear about PRE no more. You hear about, I mean, you gonna always hear people, you know, singing and rapping Dolph songs, Dolph old songs or whatever. But until and unless Key Glock puts out bangers, we don't hear about PRE like that. Not nationwide. Like now in Memphis, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the rest of PRE is probably widely known, like locally. Like I follow some of them on Instagram, but I'm talking about on a national level. There is nobody right now on PRE that is national and pop like Glorilla or like, you know what I'm saying, on that level. Not right now. And Key Glock is the closest thing to it. They got that man out the way so that they could be where they are. But if y'all remember, because this keeps coming back up a little bit online, if y'all remember that Rock Nation brunch, that Rock Nation Billionaires Millionaires brunch, and there's a picture with Diddy, Jay-Z, Ho Gotti, I want to say one of them other motherfuckers. And they all in a picture together because Ho Gotti started to want to hang around the people with the bigger money. That's why he wasn't Twitter fingering with Dolph back and forth. When he would go to an interview, when they would ask him about beef with Dolph, he would downplay it like it ain't nothing. Dolph went on the radio and said, "Man, he mad I smashed his baby mama." But Gotti was trying to. He started moving. If you start looking at hip hop, Gotti started moving around Jay-Z. The more Jay-Z got richer and went up, he started hanging around him. It's like he wants to be in the circle of the elite now. Look who he's dating. He's dating Angela Simmons. Look who her father is. Now her father is not a respected person now, but before he was or whatever. But I'm just saying that's crazy how they got that man out of the way to further their agenda. I mean, and it aside from this, it worked. And that's crazy that man had to go for y'all label to take off. If you got to take a man out for your label to take off, does your label need to take off at all? But it was just sad, though. It was really sad when he passed. I was a very big Dolph fan. Sometimes I forget it gone. But they should be back from break at 1:15. And nobody's talking to me anyway, so I'm finna stop talking. Yeah, they do keep happening. Danny, you're right. And I have a feeling with what's going on with the Diddler is about to get worse. Because people is name dropping like a mug. Like, I have seen, since Diddy got arrested, I have seen some names being dropped that you wouldn't think would be dropped. And if that's true, you know what? I'm not saying I never was a Gotti fan. I was a Gotti fan. His music, and I can't even say I didn't listen or like some of his music. But when Dolph did an interview and he explained when all this stuff popped off, he explained really what it was. Yo Gotti wanted to sign Dolph. Dolph wanted to be independent. He wanted to make it on his own and not be signed under another nigga. Like, I respected that. I understood it. Like, that's an entrepreneurial mindset right there. That's the boss. I'm the boss. I'm not working for you, nigga. Like, I'm the boss. You not my boss. And you from the other side of town too? Fuck out of here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Excuse my cousin, but you from the other side of town and you want to be my boss? Yeah, let's bring the community together. But when you have that boss mentality, working for somebody else don't sit well with you. And it ain't the disrespect you or your brand or your business, brother. I'm just trying to make it on my own. Like, I respected that. And then to see how far the beef got off of that, and off of the fact that Dolph probably did smash Yo Gotti baby mama, like, it just seemed like still both reasons wasn't enough to try to literally take this man out 2 and 3 times. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Like, I mean, and then they almost took him out because they got him when he got shot in LA or whatever. But this man had a mama, he had a daddy, he got kids, it's somebody just like you. Why can't you respect the fact he want to get it on his own? Why you gotta be king of Memphis? Why can't he? I mean, why does it have to be you? Why can't it? I'm not gonna say why can't it be two, but competition is competition. Like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't a game without competition. Gotti just didn't want no competition. And that's selfish. I don't like that. And so I ain't saying I ain't listen to his music. I did listen to his music, and it still pop up in my shuffle a few times here and there. But I just don't like the way like this all played out. Nah, this wasn't cool. And plus, dog grandma name the same name as my grandma, so I always be like, oh, that's my cousin. All right, well, they should be coming back.
Are you ready? We got anything we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
Just real quick, Judge,
Let's go back on the record.
Court's back in session.
just put two things or three things on the record. The next witness is anticipated to be Cornelius Smith.
Okay.
In custody, charged in this matter has an attorney, Mr. Scholl, who's present. Instructed him, like I said at the start of the trial, told him I'm not going to ask any questions of him having to do with eliciting any testimony about other crimes that he and Justin may have allegedly committed together, things like that. So I'm staying away from that. I've instructed him with regard to that.
Okay.
At some point, after Mr. Smith testifies, he'll be going to prison, and his safety at prison is obviously a concern. This case has gang involvement on both sides. He and his attorney would request that the cameras be instructed not to film his face as he testifies, as he'll have ongoing security concerns in prison from this day out.
All right. So media, both still cameras and video, the court orders that this next witness's face not be filmed or photographed. Waist down, the court is okay with coming out of there. He should not be filmed. Right. So no pictures of his face at all. Shoes, lower body, court has no problem with, but no pictures of his face. Yeah, ongoing security concerns. Everybody understand? All right. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am.
Go all the way to the wall, please, all the way to the wall.
Can everybody check their cell phones now, please, to make sure they're off? Those of you who just came in, please check your cell phones to make sure they're off, please.
Ready, Your Honor?
I am.
Jury's now entered into the courtroom.
You may be seated. We're standing for you. State, call your next witness.
Cornelius Smith.
Step this way, sir. Stand right here. Face your honor, raise your right hand.
swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Smith, tell me your name
Cornelius Schmidt,
and spell the first name
CORNELIUS,
and last name.
SMITH.
Now, there's a microphone next to you to your right, but you don't have to worry about it. Church. You can look out toward me, keep your voice up, so I can hear you back here, okay?
Yes, sir.
And when I ask a question, or when the defense attorney asks a question, or the judge asks a question, you got to verbalize your answer, okay? So shaking the head and everything, I know what it means.
Yes, sir.
But she's taking down what you say, and so we need it like that.
Yes.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Where are you from?
I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
What neighborhood?
Like on Vine here.
Okay. Like what streets did you grow up on?
Off Lamar Sims.
All right. You got a family?
Yes, sir. I have 5 children still living. I lost my son in March of 2020.
Okay. And let's talk about 2020 because, well, that was a terrible thing, right?
Yes, sir.
How old was he?
He was 9 at the time.
And that had an impact on everybody.
Yes, sir.
Had an impact on you.
Yes, sir.
It caused you to take up some old habits.
Yes, sir. I went back to popping pills and not caring about nothing.
Before 2020, were you working?
I worked in schools in Germantown.
What'd you do for the schools in
I was a
Germantown?
janitor.
Did you do good at that job?
Yes, sir.
Your son dies, you say you start popping pills.
Yes, sir. Oxycodone and ecstasy.
Street drugs.
Yes, sir.
Did you start hanging back in your neighborhood?
Yes, sir. Start hanging around a lot of old friends.
All right. Some of those old friends trouble?
We all in trouble. I'm gonna say that. We all in trouble.
And I'm looking here, Cornelius, at your criminal record. You were convicted of aggravated assault in 2011, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Convicted of misdemeanor drugs in 2014?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, 2012.
12.
Case started in 2011 and ended in 2012.
Yes, sir.
As misdemeanor drugs.
Yes, sir.
And then resisting official detention in 2014.
Yes, sir.
That same Cornelius Smith.
Yes, sir.
And you're presently charged in this case with conspiracy to commit murder and with murder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have an attorney in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is he in the courtroom? Let me get out of your
Yes,
way.
sir.
Okay. What promises have I made to you with regard to your testimony today?
No.
Have I told you that you're not going to testify and walk out of here?
Yes, you told me that.
Do you know that you're going to prison?
Yes, sir.
Have I told you that it's very important, though, for you to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
I told you it's important to tell the truth because I said so,
Yes, sir.
and because the judge will evaluate whether or not you told the truth.
Right.
And have I told you it's in your best interest to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Are you here to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
I want to skip forward. Okay? We're going to go back to everything, but I want to skip forward. Tell me about the day that you were arrested for this case.
It was my daughter's birthday, actually, and I was out. I had took her some cake and ice cream to school for her birthday, and the U.S. Marshals they were trailing me the whole time. I didn't know that they were trailing me because I had saw a go van the day before, and he was telling me that, you know, police was on to us or whatever, and he asked me when the last time I spoke to Justin, and he was saying, I was like, it's been a minute. So he was like, they just ran in Justin's spot the night before, and he said that they been shooting at him, and that I need to get rid of my phone because they own us. And the next day, I was locked up, like,
Police,
locked up.
police captured you? Police captured you that day?
The next day.
Did they get your phone that day from you?
They ain't get it from me. I left it with my children's mother, or whatever.
They get your phone from your children's mother?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't throw it away like Govan told you to?
Nah, I ain't threw it away. I gave it to her.
Now, when the police first arrest you, I mean at the very start, do you say, hey, I want to tell you the truth about this whole thing?
No. I ain't know you did.
Okay. Did they interview you right after they arrested you?
Yeah, they interviewed me in Mississippi.
Okay. Did you tell them the truth or the lie?
I told them that.
Okay. At some point after you're arrested, did you decide to tell the truth?
Yeah, once I came to my senses and Justin had wrote me a kite. Somebody just
So let me tell you, when you hear another lawyer speak up and object, that means you stop talking. Okay? And you'll be instructed to either move on or to another question. Okay?
And I think some objection is going to be is hearsay. So let me try to get you. Let's try to back up, okay? So you said after you arrested, you came to your senses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you say that Justin, is that the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Had written you something that you called
a kite.
Okay. Okay. Without saying what was in that kite, and that's a letter, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Without saying in that letter, after you received that letter, did you decide to tell the truth?
Right.
And what did you do once you decided to tell the truth?
I had spoke with my lawyer.
And thereafter, have you met a few times with detectives?
Yes.
And have you met, if we count those 2 minutes right back here, I guess 3 or 4 times with me, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you did that because you realized you had been caught?
Yeah, I've been caught and I got a conscience too. Now they don't know where my senses. Yeah, I got a conscience.
I'm going to play a video up here, Cornelius. You can turn a little bit, see it once we start playing.
For the record, you're playing what's
Will
been
be,
marked as, or will be marked as exhibit number 5.
you can stop it right there. All right, Cornelius, what are we looking at?
That's the day that we had saw Young Dolph and them Pulley and Makitas.
All right, so whose car is that?
That's Young Dolph.
All right, and you say we, who saw this car?
Me and Justin.
Well, let's back up then and tell me, how do you know Justin?
Through Govan.
All right, and who is Govan?
Hernandez Govan Quick. We know him by Quick.
Okay, who is Quick?
Associate.
All right, you say associate, is he younger or older than you?
Older.
What neighborhood does he hang out in?
Orange Mountain.
Does he live over there?
Yes, sir, he did.
Do you know what street his house is on?
Brad.
Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever buy drugs from Mr. Govan?
Yes, I brought Easter.
Okay, would he sell you ecstasy pills? You ever heard the term like old head?
Nah,
Okay. Would you consider him sort of a older criminal figure in the neighborhood?
yeah, I call him like a bro.
Okay. Did you have another guy in that neighborhood you used to hang out with too?
Yeah, Big Bobby.
Big Bobby. Is that Bobby Carter?
Bobby Carter, yes, sir.
How often would you be over there on Bradley Street?
I was there just about every day.
Okay. So this was a hanging out area, and you would buy ecstasy from Quet.
Quick.
All right. How is it that you met Justin through Quet?
Oh, just, like, being around, basically. Being around.
Would Justin be around Quet too?
Yeah, he'll be around quick.
Do you know why Justin would be around Quet?
They look at each other like brothers. Brothers, and then just rap or whatever.
All right. You knew Justin to be a rapper?
Yeah,
Did you know his rap name?
straight drop.
And did you know Quet to be involved in, I guess, the rap business or something?
He called himself.
Okay.
What
What sort of would he call himself as far as being in the business?
I guess a negotiator. I don't know.
A negotiator?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was trying to negotiate for straight drop?
I guess trying to get him a deal.
Okay. Do you know who he was trying to get him a deal with?
Oh, Big Juke and them got in him.
All right. You said Big Joke, is that correct?
Yeah,
You ever heard of the music label CMG?
yeah,
Is that Big Jokes?
yeah, Big Juke and them.
And his brother, right?
Yeah,
His brother's Gotti, is that correct?
yeah.
Before this day, which is in November of 2021, about how long had you been knowing Justin?
For a few months.
A few months. About how many times do you think you'd been around him?
Couple times we went to club together. We've been around each other a couple times.
Okay. And for the record, I know that it's a formality, but for the record, can you point him out in the courtroom and tell me what he's wearing and stuff?
Yeah, the young brother over there with the button-down shirt, blue and white button-down shirt.
If the record could reflect that he's identified the defendant, Mr. Justin Johnson, Your Honor.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in court.
So how did you get to be with Justin Johnson this day on November 17th, 2021?
We knew that, they had a hit on Dolph and them head or whatever, so
Who had a hit on whose head?
Big Juke had a hit on Dolph head or whatnot, so
How do you know that Big Jook had a hit on Dolph's head?
but Quick had told me about it, Quick, and you know what I'm saying, being just
How much money was it supposed to be?
100,000 on Dolph head.
And had you agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
Had Justin agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all gonna do it together?
Yeah, they been on it, but yeah.
Was there any arrangements as far as splitting the money or anything?
Yeah, me and him supposed to be giving Quick 10,000 apiece.
All right, so you and him were gonna give Govan 10,000 apiece?
Yeah,
And how much were you gonna get?
I was getting 40, he was getting 40.
Okay. Had you spoken with Justin about this?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Okay. This was not something that just happened this day, but something that was in the process for weeks?
Yeah,
How did y'all hook up this day, if you remember?
he had pulled up to get me. He came and got me or whatever.
Where did he get you from?
He got me from my father's house.
Where's your father's house?
Out of Lamont Sims.
Orange Mound area?
Yeah.
Had either you called him or he called you or anything like
He
this?
had called me the first time I missed the call. Then he called me back. I answered. He was telling me basically they were pulling up because we already knew what was going on.
When you say you already knew what was going on, you already knew that this is about?
Yeah, because we knew they were doing the turkey drive, so we was actually on our way to Westwood.
Had you and Justin talked about this particular day before?
Like, nah, not the specific day. Like, we just knew that it was turkey drive going every day that week.
Okay. You knew that, the fair said you knew Dolph was involved in these turkey drives this week before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we didn't know we were gonna catch him, but we knew he did his artist. You know, everybody had a hit on the heat. Everybody had a price on the heat.
From Jook.
Yeah, from Drew.
And that was gonna be y'all's business this week.
Yeah, that was our meeting.
When he arrived at the house, do you remember what he was driving?
Oh, white Mercedes Benz.
Okay, had you seen that car before?
Nah, I ain't never saw that car.
Did you get in the car with him?
Yeah, I got him.
Was there anybody else in the car?
Nah, it was just me and Justin.
Were there any guns in the car?
Yeah, they was on the back seat in the bag.
Do you remember what kind of guns they were?
A Draco, handgun.
Okay. And Draco, Memphis, some type of bigger semi-automatic weapon, is that right? And then a handgun? Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
I had on some gray sweatpants, orange and white Jordan 1, and a blue Gap hoodie.
A blue Gap hoodie?
With a do-rag on.
With a do-rag on. Did y'all have gloves?
I had my own glue.
You had your own gloves?
He had his own glue.
When you got in the car, did you have your gloves on?
Nah, I ain't have the glue.
You said Justin had his own gloves?
Yeah, he had his gloves on. Black gloves.
He had his black gloves on before he picked you up?
Yeah.
Does he get out of his car and pick you up, or do you go up to the car? How's that work?
Nah, I got out the house, came out the house, got on in the car.
Okay. Off to do the mission.
Yeah, do a mission. Try to catch somebody.
Try to catch one of the rappers
Yeah, one of them
at the Turkey Drive in Westwood.
in Westwood.
All right. What happens if y'all get in the car?
Oh, we went back on Bradley Street. We got some out of I think they were like a expedition truck that he had parked on Bradley Street. And then we took the back street. We was at Lamar Airways. We had the light.
So he picks up, let me get this right. He picks you up in the Mercedes, is that right?
Yeah.
But you go to Bradley Street.
Yeah.
And is there an expedition already there?
Yeah, expedition already there. Parked in the yard.
Do you know who parked that expedition there?
I guess he did.
Okay, we're not allowed to guess in here.
Well,
Okay. So
nah,
was
I
it,
ain't see him parking though.
okay. And what color was it?
White.
A white expedition.
Yeah, white.
Did y'all do anything when y'all went to Bradley Street at that point?
He got something out the truck and then jumped back in the car.
I got you. So he gets out of the Mercedes at Bradley Street, goes into the expedition and gets something,
Yeah,
and comes back.
come back.
Do you know what he got?
Nah, I don't know.
Are y'all talking at this point?
Nah, we wasn't talking, like, because he was on the phone at first, then he hung it up. But we wasn't talking about it.
Now, y'all were cool with each other, is that right? You and Justin?
God.
He gets back in the white Mercedes.
Yeah, he get big in the white Mercedes, and we take the back street, then Gentry and stuff to, we was at Lamar Airways. We finna get on the expressway, going to the expressway.
Okay. Bradley to Dedrick, is that what you said?
Yeah,
And then y'all are gonna get on the expressway.
yeah, we finna get on the expressway on Airways.
Okay. But and this is Airways that we see.
Yeah, this Airways.
Okay. What happens once y'all get to Airways?
We at the light. Y'all come clean across the light.
How'd y'all know it was Dolph?
Everybody know, how car is, on T cars and stuff.
Yeah. People in Memphis knew about that rap, right?
Yeah,
Camouflage white and green and blue rap.
camouflage.
That surprised you? See him like that?
Yeah,
Did you say anything or did Justin say anything?
we was like, there go dog right now.
All right. What did y'all do?
We received the trailer. Received the trailer.
So y'all are following him on Airways?
Yeah, right over the street.
And you saw the first part of this video, didn't you?
Yeah,
Did you see him pull off here to the cookie store?
yeah, he pulled in the cookie store.
What'd y'all do?
We made the block. Came with the back way. I jumped out. We started shooting.
All right. Well, let's back up here though. We saw him pull off of Airways to here. Is that right?
Yeah,
Y'all, can you see my little pointer?
yeah.
Y'all would be traveling this direction on Airways. Is that right? And did y'all do a crazy U-turn or anything, or what'd y'all do?
Nah, we came up the back street.
Okay.
Back street.
Following the clickers is what y'all did?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went to the light, made the loop around.
Did you see him get out of his car like this?
Nah, I ain't seen him get out the car.
Okay. Say y'all,
Yeah, that's us right there.
stop it here.
It's me.
Can you stop it? All right. We're gonna back up. I wanted to, back up a little bit. All right. First guy out of the car, who's that?
It's me.
That's you? Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco stab gun.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon, is that right?
Yeah.
You ever shot that thing before?
Nah, I ain't never shot one of them.
Okay. You can proceed, Art. That's your Gap hoodie, is that right?
Yeah, it's me.
That's you, who you shooting at?
Young Dolph.
All right, now back it up again, Miss Iris, if you would. Back it up for Justin getting out of the car. All right, who's the second person here, the guy on the driver's side?
It's just,
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
yeah, bad baseball hat. Bad pro baseball hat.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I wouldn't feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it. I wouldn't feel nothing at the time. I was just trying to get some money.
Trying to get some money? Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy.
Trying to do something.
You shot that gun a bunch?
Right in there?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I shot out.
Aiming for Dolph.
Oh, I ain't know.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Okay.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
All right. Okay, proceed till Justin shoots. There with the handgun. Who's that?
It's just,
All right. You proceed. All right, you stop right here. It's Dolph's brother, Marcus. Did you know that he shot back at y'all?
I ain't noticed until we pulled out. And there was a bullet hole in my side window. And I told Jesse, I'm like, man, I'm hit. He was like, I'm hit too. So I see I'm hit right here on my leg. And I see a bullet hole in my sweater. I said, damn. So we driving out, he was saying he was hit. I'm talking to him, making sure we on wreck, making sure he's straight. I'm like, you all right? He's like, yeah, I'm straight. But the bullet head went in my arm. It was a bullet in my back.
I'm gonna back up. You and Justin here are running to the white Mercedes, is that right?
Right.
You get in what side of the car?
I get on the passenger side.
And Justin gets back in the driver's side?
Yeah, he get back on the driver's side.
Y'all get in the car. You can watch the rest of the video here. Did y'all see Marcus getting a second gun from his car?
Nah, but when we pulled out and I knew it was shots back, I was finna shoot back, but there were too many cars coming and I ain't just want to hit no anybody, so I ain't shoot back.
Because Marcus was shooting at y'all as y'all were leaving from down here. Is that right?
Yeah,
And you would be in the car at this point,
yeah, we was in the car.
looking backwards.
Yeah, I was looking back, but we had, like, how we were driving, like, how he was driving, he was all the way on the other side, but, you know, so I ain't want to just shoot back.
So the shots, all the shots that you fired were the ones we saw right here with Dolph. Is that right?
Yeah,
And Justin too?
yeah.
All right, so y'all didn't shoot back at Marcus as y'all were
Nah, I
driving.
shoot back at him.
You say you got shot in the shoulder,
Yeah, I got hit in my shoulder, in my upper arm,
in the upper arm, shoulder area of
on my leg.
your right and your leg, and you realized you had been shot once you got in the car.
Yeah, once I got in the car.
Could you still have a scar from when you got shot in the arm? Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Mark, I have him step down and display this to the jury real quick. Come on, Mr. Smith. Turn sideways here. Just walk down this way, backwards toward the wheel. Thank you, Mr. All right, you and Justin jump back in the car. You've been hit in the shoulder
On my leg.
and in the leg. Justin may or may not have been hit, but said
Yeah,
something
got scraped on your back.
straight in the back. All right, what now?
Oh, we went back on Bradley Street.
Did y'all go to Bradley Street slow or fast?
Nah, we went back fast.
Okay.
We went back fast. We were trying to, get caught. So he gave me the keys to the expedition. So
He
he
gave you
hauled the beans.
Who gave you the keys to the
Justin
expedition?
gave me the keys to the expedition.
Okay.
So I moved the truck out the way, and he pulled the beans in the yard.
So the expedition, was it parked in the driveway at Bradley?
Yeah, we parked in the driveway.
And he gives you the keys to the expedition?
Yeah,
You get inside to move it?
yeah.
And then where does he put the Mercedes?
He put it like right there, where the expedition in the front yard.
Okay. So the front driveway area
Yeah.
of Bradley, is that right?
Right.
What do you do next?
We jumped in the expedition. We was on our way to the gas station. We FaceTime Juke, let them know they was out working.
Who FaceTime Jook?
Justin had FaceTime Juke, spelling out dog. You know what I'm saying? Let them know that we did it.
And let's back that up. You say, let him know it was y'all's work.
Right.
You said somebody spelled out Dolph. Who spelled out Dolph?
Justin spelled out dog.
When you say spelled out Dolph, what do you mean?
Like the sign language.
With
Jailhouse sign
with,
language. Yeah.
like this would be an O.
But nah, yeah, I think I don't know how to do it, but
Okay.
something like that.
All right, so there was some signing,
Yeah.
and y'all just took care of Dolph. Was that short call, long call?
It was short.
Did you hear Jook say anything back?
Yeah, he'll get with us when he get done with the kids or get up on them.
He'll get with y'all when? I didn't hear that last part.
Get up or finish with the kids or something like that.
But he was busy with his kids.
Yeah, something like that.
Gotcha, but he would get up with y'all after that. Okay. How are you feeling at this point?
He's going, I'm hurting because I was shot.
Where are y'all's guns at this point?
Oh, we had them in the backseat for the expedition.
Okay, so y'all brought them with you from the Mercedes to the expedition?
Yeah.
Were y'all still wearing your gloves, do you remember?
Oh, I don't remember.
Okay. So y'all are in the expedition. The FaceTime call with Jook has happened. What do y'all do? Where y'all headed? What y'all saying?
We went to the gas station, put some gas in the expedition truck first in the University Memphis area. Then Justin was trying to find somebody at the house we could go, so we get cleaned up or whatnot.
All right. You needed some medical attention or something.
Yeah, he had called one of his partners. Justin had called one of his partners to bring me a wound kick or whatever.
Do you know who he called?
I don't know what we got.
Do you have your phone with you during this?
Nah, my phone, I had left my phone in the green, in the Mercedes-Benz.
All right, so when you got in the Benz from your house, did you have your phone with you?
Yeah, I had my phone, I put it in the glove department.
Okay. When you got out to shoot Dolph like we saw, do you have your phone with you?
Nah, it was in the glove department of the Benz.
Okay. Had you put it in the glove compartment so that it wouldn't be on you,
Yeah, I put it in.
but you forgot?
Yeah.
So when you adjust him in the expedition, you don't have your phone, but he has his.
Yeah.
Is he able to make contact with somebody to figure out how to get stuff or where to go?
Oh, he had called one of his cousins. He said whose house we went over in Whitehaven. So we cleaned up, trying clothes or whatnot. And Quit had called like, man, y'all gotta clean this stuff up. Quit had called. And I was like, man, get my phone at the car. Get my phone at the car, left my phone in the car. So he was like, all right, we need to move this car. That's what Quit was saying.
So we talked to Juke right after,
Yeah,
but Quet too.
yeah.
And do you remember whether or not the conversations with Quet happened before y'all got to his cousin's apartment or after?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay. But it was all close together.
Yeah, it was out.
And tell me again what Quet said during these conversations?
Yeah, we had to like get rid of that car. We had to move that car, get rid of it.
Because y'all had put this car in a driveway on Bradley, right?
Yeah, right across the street from the house.
Right across the street from where Quet lives.
Right.
And he said y'all need to move this.
Yeah, we gotta burn that junk up. Gotta get rid of it.
Y'all were busy trying to get yourselves taken care of that.
Yeah, we went, we changed clothes with her, and I had pole peroxide on me and wrapped myself up, and I had to text my girl to come get me, text her the address off of her Justin phone to come get me.
And let's get there, but you said that Justin had contacted his cousin about going to her place, is that right?
Yeah,
Is that Kiana Hopper?
yeah,
Did y'all in fact go to her place?
correct.
When y'all went to her place, what car were y'all in?
We was in the White Expedition.
When y'all get to her place, what do y'all do?
Well, we went inside, change clothes. Help me out or whatever, we change clothes, and the wound keep clean. I was able to, put bandage on it and stuff like that.
I want to show you a video. See that person there?
Yeah.
Is that the White Expedition?
Yeah, that's the White Expedition.
Who's driving it?
I'm driving.
This woman that we had seen earlier that walks back, is that Justin's cousin?
Yeah, that's all.
Can stop it here. Driver just got out. Who's that?
It's me.
You got your shirt all messed up, don't you?
Yeah.
Why is that
I'm bleeding. I'm shot.
in the shoulder?
Yeah.
Go, and we saw somebody get out of the passenger side. Is that right?
Yeah, it's just
All right. And play a little further. Gray sweatpants, black hoodie, and that hat we saw is Justin. Is that correct?
correct.
Same outfits that y'all were wearing during the murder?
Correct.
Y'all go inside. Tell me what y'all do once y'all get inside.
We chain clothes. We chain clothes. We didn't talk too much to her about nothing that went down or nothing like that.
All right.
But we had chain clothes or whatnot.
Tell me about your shoulder.
Oh, I was bleeding. Like I was bleeding and stuff. So she gave me some peroxide and stuff, put on my shoulder or whatnot. And the wound kit pulled up. So I was able to bandage that junk up.
Wound kit. Did you say pulled up or came up? Is that
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Had Justin gone outside?
yeah, he went outside to get the bag.
Play that next video. Do you know whose charger this is?
Nah, I don't know what y'all did.
You see that man that came out?
Yeah,
Who's that?
it's just
He's taking off the hoodie, is that right?
taking off a hoodie.
He doesn't have the hoodie on anymore, does he?
Nah, we had chain clothes.
What are these things in his hand?
Oh, that's the wound kit. Walgreens, baby.
He's got like a yellow, looks like a piece of clothing or something, is that right?
Yeah,
And then the wound care bags.
yeah.
Does he come back in the apartment?
Yeah, he come back in with the wound care, the wound kit.
And then wound care wise, what happens in there?
Oh, clean me up. He had cleaned each other up really good. Yeah, got scraped on the back. I can see it though. Yeah,
You got shot.
yeah, I got a shot.
He had a
I
scrape.
Yeah, he got scraped on the back.
After y'all get patched up, y'all leave the apartment?
I had text my girl from his phone and sent her the address to come get me.
Okay, you had used Justin's phone to text your girlfriend?
Right.
When y'all talked to Quet and he told y'all to move the car, did you tell him anything about your phone?
Yeah, I told him to get my phone at the glove department. And he told me to meet him over at the car wash to get my phone or whatever. And
Okay. We can play the video of y'all leaving now. Does your girlfriend in fact come to pick you up?
yeah, she pulled up.
Who's in the yellow hoodie?
And just in the yellow hoodie, and me with the black.
And then Kiana again, is that right?
Yeah.
You're walking over here. What are you walking to?
I'm walking my girl truck and just pulled up.
Okay. Is that Chevy Trax? Is that right?
It's 120 shift truck.
At this point, have y'all made arrangements as far as meeting up later or anything like that?
Yeah, I was actually finna go get my phone from Quick and go get me some pills because I was shot up. And he was finna go get the money from Julie. He supposed to, we.
Is this the Chevy Trax?
Yeah, it's a Chevy truck.
Justin there in the yellow?
Yeah.
Justin still in the elevator?
Yeah, just,
You in the car with your girlfriend?
yeah, I'm gonna call my girl.
Y'all go your separate ways at this point?
Yeah, we go that boy.
Where do you and your girlfriend go?
I went to meet Quick,
Where'd you meet him at?
at the car wash.
Is that Pressure World?
Yeah,
Did you in fact meet him there?
yes.
What happened when you met him there?
I got my phone from him, and he was telling me that he heard that Dolph had shot one of us, because I had told him how he told me that he heard that Dolph had shot one of us, and that one of our blood was on the scene, and he had me that we have our face masks on and stuff.
Did you tell him you had your mask on?
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't actually Dolph that had shot one of you, was it?
Nah.
It was actually the brother.
Right.
Did you tell him that at the time?
Nah, I ain't know.
How long, was that the extent of the conversation you had with Quet at the time?
It was third, and then I had left, and he had called my phone, and he was like, he need to holler at me about something else, and he was finna pull up on me over my dad's house real fast, so I waited for him.
From the car wash, do you remember where you went?
I went to my dad's house.
Okay. And did he pull up at your dad's house?
Yeah, he pulled up at my dad's house.
Did y'all have a second conversation there?
Yeah, we had a second conversation, and I had asked him to give me some more money, so I could give me some more pills.
Did he give you some more money?
Yeah.
Was there anything else related in that second conversation about Dolph's murder or?
He was just saying we just gotta get rid of the car. He was saying we gotta get rid of the car and stuff.
Quet was saying that y'all need to get rid of the car.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of the car.
That it was y'all's problem?
Yeah, it really was everybody's problem. He was just need to give us the key to that car so we can get rid of the car.
Okay. Justin had the keys to the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Right. Now, when Justin left, did he tell you where he was going?
Nah, he ain't tell me exactly where you're going, but he supposed to got up with Juke and got back up with me.
Do you know whether or not he actually did get up with Joe?
Nah, I don't know.
When Justin left in the expedition, where were the guns?
They was in the truck with us.
In the truck? In the expedition?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened with those guns?
Nah, I don't know.
Have you ever seen them again at all?
I ain't even see Justin no more.
Did Justin ever tell you what he did with the guns?
Nah.
Did Quet ever tell you what happened with the guns?
Nah.
You back at your dad's house, but you've been shot in the shoulder.
He wanna leave.
How do you feel?
Messed up. Like, I messed up, but I'm trying to go get these pills, but I pop pills anyway, so I know where to snap at. I know how to snap back.
Okay, did you find some pills?
Yeah.
Did you take your pills?
Yeah.
Do you remember that night? Did you sleep good, sleep bad? How were you?
I had passed out the night. I had blacked out in the bathroom from losing too much blood or whatever.
Okay.
But my girl had got me back up and stuff like that.
Were you worried about your physical condition?
Nah, I wasn't worried because I knew long as I wasn't bleeding out the mouth, that I was okay. Long as I ain't no blood coming from my mouth, I'm straight. I've been shot before, so I was straight. So.
Was your girl worried about you?
Yeah, she was worried. She was worried. I was just trying to get my money.
Were you afraid that the police maybe knock on your door?
Nah, I wasn't thinking about none of it, to be honest with you, because, you know, I thought, you know, if the car was gonna be out the way, stuff like that, like, I won't worry about none of it. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
This was a car that wasn't connected to you.
Nah, on the car,
Y'all wore gloves.
yeah, we had them gloves,
The guns were gone.
right?
This happened really fast,
Yeah,
in and out.
ain't nobody expecting to be me, so.
Ain't
I'm
nobody
beefing with them,
expecting it to be you. Is that what
right?
you said?
I wasn't beefing with them.
And that's true. You didn't have a beef with Dolph, did you?
I ain't even know dog. I ain't even lie. I ain't had no beef with nobody.
Never met him a day in your
I
life.
never met him a day in my life. I just wanted to know.
And we can call what y'all did here whatever we want to call it, but you're not a professional hitman or anything, are you?
Nah, I ain't none of it.
But y'all got offered money
Nah,
by somebody more powerful than y'all.
yeah.
$40,000 is a lot of money to you.
At the time it was. It ain't. But at the time, it was. My condition, it was.
In 2021,
Yeah.
when you were on the streets, ecstasy, oxycodone, your son had died some months before. $40,000 is a lot of money to you,
It was at the time.
even to do this bad thing.
Yeah, at the time it was.
After we go our separate ways, do you stay in touch? Do you and Justin stay in touch?
Well, I hit him up or whatever, trying to see what my money was. You know what I'm saying? He was telling me, Juke said, too hot right now. He gonna get with us and all that, too hot. Then, I had, like, when they found the car, before they found the car, Quay had gave me some money to buy a car cover to cover the joint up.
Because this car, you're talking about the white Mercedes?
Yeah, the white Mercedes.
It's left in the driveway of Bradley, is that right?
Yeah, just had somebody push it back then. It was in the back then.
Okay, so it went from the driveway of Bradley
To the backyard.
to the backyard of Bradley,
Yeah,
but it was still just sitting there.
yeah. So Quay gave me some money to buy a car cover the joint up. Same day they found it.
Had up to that point, other than it being pushed in the back, first of all, did you push it in the back or somebody else?
Nah, somebody else pushed it in the back.
Did you go back to the car at all?
Yeah, I went back, wiped it out, called myself, wiped me down.
Cleaning it.
He couldn't.
So you were worried that maybe you left evidence in there.
Yeah, I was worried, because I know I opened the door with no gloves on.
And when you cleaned it off, was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
So your nighttime on Bradley,
Yeah.
cleaning out this
Shot it
Mercedes.
and everything, yup, shot it
And
in.
been shot in the shoulder.
Yeah.
When you cleaned it down, was it still in the driveway or was it in the
Nah,
back?
it was in the backyard when I cleaned it down.
So it had already been pushed to the back.
Yeah.
Did you take anything out of the car?
Nah, I ain't taking them.
Wiped it down and left.
Yeah, wiped down and left.
You were describing staying in touch with Justin, is that right?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was he still in town or out of town?
My knowledge, he was hurt.
And you had mentioned the money, is that correct?
Yeah.
And he had told you that Joke said it was too hot right now.
Yeah, it was too hot right now.
But were you still interested in your money?
Yeah, I just wanted my money. I did the job, I just wanted my money.
Now, could you have gone to Joke and tried to get your money?
Nah.
Did you know him at all?
I had met with him, but you know, I ain't have no number on him.
How many times had you met with Joe?
Just one time he quit out.
At Quet's house?
He quit out.
And when did that happen? Before or after Dolph was killed?
It was before.
When that happened, was there conversation about these hits on the PRD rappers?
Yeah, really quick was doing all the talking, like, you know, just telling who out here prayed, how much everybody had on their head and stuff like that. And Juke was just like agreeing, like, you know what I'm saying? He made her take our phone outside first. before he started doing any talking.
Who all was there for this meeting at Quet's house?
It was just me, Quit, and Juke.
You, Quet, and Joe.
He really wasn't me. I had pulled up about some XP. Juke was already in there.
Gotcha.
And Quit had started talking, you know what I'm saying, like, you see, I heard, and Juke like, hold up. The phone outside. So he said, that phone outside.
They came back in?
Yeah, now, Quit took the phones outside in the church. Me and Juke was already in hell, but Quit came back in and started talking.
At that time when you met with Joke, is that the first time that anybody's talked about money on Dolph's head?
Now, the first time, it was just Quit last year.
So this had come up before with Quet,
Yeah,
and then comes up again with Quet and with Joke there.
right.
When did you, in that timeline, so first just Quet, next Quet and Joke.
Right.
When did you met Justin in that timeline?
Oh, you like right around the same time, you know what I'm saying?
As the first time when it was just Quet, or the second time when it was Quet and Joke?
Like in between the first and the second time, I had like Quit had put me and Justin together basically.
Okay.
That's how I met him. Quit.
Joke's the money man calling the shots.
Yeah,
Quet puts you and Justin together.
right.
And you and Justin are cool with each other and interact with each other over the months. You said at least 5 times.
Yeah, something like that.
You're trying to, now we're back after the murder, you're trying to get your money.
Right.
You're having conversations with Justin, is that correct?
Yeah, I was taking his phone like, you know what I'm saying? I need their money for the party, you know what I'm saying?
Are there times that you're trying to communicate with Justin and in fact you're communicating with somebody else?
I ain't know it, you know what I'm saying? It's time I ain't know.
Okay. Did you come to find out that Jamarcus Johnson had Justin's phone after the murder?
Yeah, it was, yeah. I found that out, I got locked up.
When you were communicating with Justin, okay, these times when Jamarcus had his phone and doing 3-way stuff or whatever, what was the substance of those conversations?
Well, first time I was on the way back from Atlanta, and he said he had got a little package from his homeboy so we could have some money in our pocket or whatever. And I was coming back from Atlanta, so I like, I like 2 hours out. So I like, man, I don't want him to just put it in the mailbox. But he said he had a letter with it too. And I know it'd be too many folks in my dad's neighborhood that still here to be seeing what put in the mailbox and double back. So I told him to give it to the lady next door who like a grandma figure to me or whatever. And he gave her $500 in a letter.
$500 in a letter.
Yeah.
And obviously you're supposed to get $40,000,
Right.
but you got $500 in a letter.
You saying right here, yeah.
And what was the substance of the letter?
Saying that Juke said that if we get caught up, he gonna make sure we had the best lawyers and all that will still be high right now.
And this first payment is when you get back from Atlanta.
Yeah.
How did you got into Atlanta?
Me and my girl had went out there after like after they found the cop. We had went on out there.
Okay, get scarce.
Yeah. I got scared. I got on them.
Did y'all drive out there?
Yeah, we drove out there.
Stay in a hotel?
Yeah, stayed in the hotel.
About how long were you gone?
I was gone a couple days. I ain't had any more money on me.
Run out of money, you gotta come back.
Yeah, I gotta come back.
And you come back, you pick up that money from the woman?
Yeah, I picked up the money from her, and I saw how much it was. I'm like, hell, you know what I'm saying? Like, $500.
You could spend that on pills in one day, I bet.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, that's about it.
What'd you do with the letter?
I flushed down the toilet at the hotel room.
All right, is that the only time you got any money from Justin?
Nah, a couple days later, I was in the city or whatever, and he was saying that he was gonna have his folks pull up on me, bring me some money or whatever, hold me down. So thing he been pulled up about 20,000-30,000 leave, you know what I'm saying? But I had my girl to get out the car, and she met the person that was driving on the street or whatever. I had her to have her face mask on, and she said they had their face masks on, so we don't know who it was, but they gave her $300.
$300.
Yeah,
Okay. And this is from Justin's folks.
yeah, this was just before.
Is there any other payment coming?
Nah, all the payments stopped, man.
All the payments.
Everything stopped.
Is there any time that you or your girlfriend or anybody received a large payment?
Nah.
How much longer passes until you're arrested about?
Probably about a week after I had saw that when I saw Quick. He was telling me that we had to meet up at the restaurant or whatever to get up with you, get my money or whatever.
All right, so tell me about this again. I'm sorry.
I was in South Memphis to give me some pills.
South Memphis, okay.
And I ran into Quick. He was going one way, I was going the opposite way. And he blew the horn, and I pulled on over to the side because Bobby had OD. So I would give him my condolences and stuff too.
We talked earlier about this guy. You hung out on Bradley Street a lot.
Yeah.
And so did another guy named Bobby Carter, is that right? And he was a friend to you?
Yeah, that was my associate.
And he was a friend or maybe even a relative to Mr. Govan?
Yeah.
And he had actually died of a drug overdose?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. So you're talking with Mr.
So
Govan?
I was giving my condolences because, they said they were like brothers. So I was giving my condolences about Bobby ODing or whatever. And he was like, man, he gonna get my money. He gonna get my money. He like, when last time I spoke to Justin? I like, man, it's been a minute. And he was like, police had just ran in Justin's spot or whatever, and I need to get rid of my phone and all that. And he asked me for a number on me so he could get with me.
And that is how we started your testimony, right? We started with this conversation the day before so that you were arrested, is that right? So we've come full circle on that. I have some still shots and photographs I want to pass to you. Ask you what's in here, Mr. Smith. Council signature on it. What am I looking at there, Mr. Smith?
Photo of me and Justin.
And you?
Shooting that dope.
All right. Can you place that face down on that table next to you?
Photo of me and Justin running away from the shoot after we got done shooting it dope.
Running back to that white Mercedes.
Running back to the car.
You can place that down on top of that.
Photo of me and Justin in Whitehaven, going to get cleaned up after the shooting.
Part of that video we watched?
Yeah.
And are you the one with the messed up shirt?
Yeah, I got my shirt up. I got my hoodie up, my blue hoodie up. And I got one of my arm, his arm, hanging, leaning down like this because I'm shot.
Put that face down.
It's the house on Bradley where we parked the car across the street from Quail.
Can you place that down?
The car we was in when we saw Dolph and them, and when we did the killing.
And is that when it's in the back of Bradley?
Yeah, this where it was when I went and wiped it down in the backyard of Bradley Street.
Can you place that face down? Now, this house that was across the street from Quet's, had there been a rap video filmed there?
Yeah, Justin had shot a rap video there.
Justin shot a rap video actually in front of that house.
Yeah, in front of the house.
Now, were you actually in the rap video?
Yeah, I was in that video. Just I was money up at the house in the video.
All right, can you place that down? I'm sorry.
Just on the elevator.
So wearing the same outfit as he was during the shooting?
Yeah, so
You could place that face now.
it just on the elevator.
You could place that face down.
It just loading up the road.
Loading up to roll.
He rolled.
He's got his luggage and he's ready to get out.
Got his money, got everything.
Find his photograph.
That be just,
And to your knowledge, is Big Joke now deceased?
yeah, he can see.
I have those marked as 6 X numbered exhibits.
No objection.
First picture is a picture of the defendant in Memphis shooting at Adolph. We'll mark that as exhibit number. Next picture is the witness in whom he is identified as the defendant running away from the scene. Exhibit number 7. The next photo is a picture of 3 people with the white expedition parked outside of what appears to be a apartment complex. We'll mark this as exhibit number 8. The next photo is a picture of a house, front yard, driveway to the left of the house with people in the backyard. We'll mark this as exhibit number 9. Next picture is a picture of a white Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit number 10. The next picture is a picture of who's been described as the defendant, Justin Johnson. With an orange baseball cap on, holding a couple of wads of money. We'll mark this as exhibit 11. The next picture is who the witness has described as Justin Johnson standing in the elevator. Mark this as exhibit number 12. The next picture is a picture of who the witness has described as Justin Johnson standing in the elevator with the black gym shoes on, with the white thing on top, with gray sweatpants on, and a dark colored hoodie and the black cap. We'll mark this as exhibit number 13. The next picture is what the witness has described as Justin Johnson in his yellow sweatshirt standing on the outside of the elevator with the packed luggage. We'll mark this as exhibit number 14. And the next picture is a picture of a gentleman with bald head, hoodie on, with on front of the hoodie is marked CMG, and that's been described as Big Joke by the witness. Mark that as exhibit number 15.
Permission to publish these as I ask him some questions, Your Honor. We're going to order for the record, start with 6. this clicker is very difficult to use. Right here first is this
That's me.
Gap sweatshirt, Draco,
Yeah, great thing.
gloves,
Uh,
got those Nikes on.
yeah. Orange or white night.
Black sweatshirt, gloves. What kind of hat is it?
A bad pro.
That's Justin.
Yeah, just
And you understand, or do you understand, as you identify these pictures, not only are you saying that Justin's guilty of murder
like I'm
on the
guilty.
contract hit, but you're saying you're guilty too.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that truth?
Yes, sir.
Running back to the car. Who's that?
That's me. It just
Have 2-lane apartments.
yeah. That's me right there. It just
And the third person?
is good. It's the house on Brad.
House on Bradley.
Park Kai.
Driveway for the house.
Yeah, that's the driveway.
You used to hang out with Bradley every day.
Just about.
Orange Mound,
Yeah,
close to where y'all killed Dolph.
yeah.
Now, where does the car end up?
It went from the front to the big yard.
See these people walking?
Yeah,
Does the car end up way back here?
yeah, way big yard.
Is that where it was when you wiped it down?
Yeah, that's where it was.
In the car?
Yeah, that's the car.
Now, had you ever seen Justin in that car before?
I ain't never saw him in the car.
Do you know how he got the car?
I don't know.
Do you know when he got the car?
I don't know.
Is
It just,
this from that music video?
yeah, from real.
Now, is that music video filmed a few weeks before this murder?
Yeah,
And you said you're actually in the video too, is that right?
yeah,
You wear a mask in the video?
yeah, I hate on mad.
This house here, right here,
Yeah, that's on Brad Street.
is that the same house?
Yeah, that's the same house.
Is that that driveway we were just looking at?
Yeah.
Is that
It's just,
the same outfit as when y'all committed the murder?
yeah, it's the same thing.
Is that
It just,
the same outfit?
yeah, same outfit. It just, oh, no, leave.
Oh, not the lead.
Yeah. It be you.
CMG, Big Joe.
Yeah.
for the record, Mr. Hackerman went through those exhibits in order.
Thank you, ma'am.
This attorney's gonna ask you questions now, you listen, you answer, okay?
Mr. Evans, I think we need to take about a 10-minute break.
Yes, Rob.
Come back and go around. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take about a 10-minute break, something very quick, allow you to refresh yourselves, and then we'll come back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
My name is Luke Evans. I represent Mr. Jonathan in this case. So we'll be asking you a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
If there's anything I ask you don't understand, just let me know. If you can't hear me, it shouldn't be a problem. But if for some reason you can't hear me, just let me know, okay? So you started out today saying, and I think ended by saying you're here to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, you know the difference between a truth and a lie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said you started meeting with law enforcement, but December 9th, really the day you got picked up, and the day after you got picked up in South Haven, right? Or the same day?
Nah, I ain't meet, like, what you mean by meet back with him?
I mean, they sat down and interviewed you in a room.
Yeah, I talked to them.
And did you tell them the truth?
Nah.
Right? Because specifically, they asked you whether or not you'd ever seen that Mercedes,
Right.
and whether you'd been in it, right?
Right.
And you said, never been in it, never seen it, never been in it with Justin Johnson,
Correct.
right? Okay, just to be clear.
Correct.
How about how many times would you say you've met with the state law enforcement included, right, in preparing to testify to that?
Couple times, three, 4 times.
Okay.
4 times.
Does that include are you including that time back in December, right, when you were picked up?
Nah.
Okay. So 3 or 4 times since,
Yeah.
right? And one of the times you met with them was in March of 22. You remember meeting with them then? Sometime around then?
I don't know the exact months and stuff like that. I got my lawyer in March, so I don't know. I can't just pinpoint exactly what month.
Well, I'll say it like this. You started out with a different lawyer and you ended up with the lawyer you have now, right?
No, sir. No, sir. He was never hired.
Okay, well, you got paid.
No, he did not get paid.
Did he get paid?
No,
Didn't he get $50,000?
he did not. He ain't signed my jacket saying he represented
No,
me.
I'm asking you.
I just talked to him.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Right. You asked
He
me.
got
You said I had a
$50,000.
different lawyer. So,
Hold on just a second. Ask your question, wait for the response.
you think,
The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know. I
Okay.
can't say.
All right. And you knew that, just we're all clear here, that money came from CMG, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who, but yeah.
All right. So you talked today, you got paid for what you just testified to, didn't you?
After I was locked up,
You got paid,
my
right?
lawyer was paid. Lawyer,
You got $50,000 to pay a lawyer, right?
I didn't get it in my hand. Correct. I don't know how much it was, but correct, my lawyer.
Okay. And there's no question that that money was for services rendered. Killing Dolph. You took it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did your conscience bother you? Your
I-
conscience.
After I came to my senses, yeah.
Did you say, I can't have that money? I can't use that money, because you still got a lawyer here.
Nah, I ain't say that.
You took the money.
Yeah, I took the money. I got the money.
Your conscience wasn't bothering you that bad, right? You said your conscience started bothering you, but not bad enough not to take the money for the job you did.
Well, I had already did it, so might as well. You know, I got a conscience still. After they came to my senses.
Right, okay. So, you didn't think, man, I really shouldn't be able to keep money for killing somebody.
I didn't think like that.
Okay. Now, at the end of this, you said, you're direct. You said something about, you saw a picture of the person, you said Mr. Johnson with a suitcase. And you said, he was there with his money, getting out of town.
Right.
To be clear, you don't have any direct knowledge of Justin Johnson getting a dime for this, right?
Nah, I ain't got nothing.
Okay. So you can't say he's leaving with his money, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, a couple other things specifically. When you, as you say it, let's kind of put a timing on this. So you said March, you got your current lawyer, and you went back and met with the government again, right?
Go
Or the state.
Yeah, I don't know what month, like I said, I can't say what, like, they come in.
But if I told you met with law enforcement around March 13th of 22, does that sound about right?
I can't put the date on it. I
Okay.
ain't even counted it, man.
Well, let me ask you this. You said you had a change of heart and your conscience started getting to you. You wanted to tell the truth. When did that happen?
Like, a couple months after I sobered all the way up, while I was in jail, so all the way up, I ain't in my sense, like, it was wrong.
Okay. So you got December is when you go to jail. December 9th.
Yeah, December 9th.
So a couple of months from then, you sober up. That's when you come to your senses.
Yeah, and then Justin had sent me a letter saying.
Well, I'm not asking you what Justin sent you a
I'm
letter
saying
saying.
what automatically made me come to my senses and like, you know, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When he said, cut him loose, take the juke, and quit down with me.
Okay. So you're saying Mr. Johnson sent you something saying he actually said he didn't do it, right?
Now, he didn't say he didn't do it. He said, cut him loose and take the juke and quit down with me because they ain't messing with us.
Oh, you mean tell the truth? Right? So he didn't have anything to do with it. Tell the truth.
Nah, he's saying me take the downfall.
Oh, okay.
Cut him loose, let him go.
Okay.
And tell them get quit and him change clothes and quit with me instead of him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson, this kite you're talking about?
You know, we got rock meeting and stuff, but we were talking through the vent. I was in each part, he was in each part. We were talking through the vent.
Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson?
Nah.
Did you see him write it?
Did I get it? He said, did you get it? Did you get that kite?
Did you see him write it?
Nah, I ain't see him write it. I'm in another part.
Right, you can't even see him.
He asked me, did I get that kite?
Okay.
He sent me more than one. He sent another one and said he got 7K. I could take that. I'll leave.
Where's that?
I don't know where it's at.
You lost it?
Nah. I sent it on out to my folks.
Okay.
Sent
All
it on
right.
out to my folks. My sister.
Okay. So you started telling the truth then. So surely by August, you met with the state in August 10th of 22. Surely by then you're telling the truth. And you would agree with me, the truth doesn't change. It's the truth, right?
Yeah, the truth. You know, quit. Brought me in and set me up for the police to capture me. So might as well tell the truth. If we gonna tell the truth.
Okay. So today, for the first time ever, you testified that you wiped that Mercedes down.
Yeah.
You've never said that before.
No, I ain't know.
You never told them. You never told them that you wiped that Mercedes down?
I never told detectives when I talked to them. Nah.
Why would you not tell them? They've asked you every question under the sun about this case, right?
I said detectives. I never admitted that I was involved to detectives when I first got locked up December 9th.
You know they take notes and they recorded your entire interview.
Right.
From August.
Right.
Why didn't you tell them in August you wiped the car down?
We were talking about some money, you know, we slipped my mind from.
And they specifically asked you, and you said,
They ain't asked me to get away from cutting. They ain't specifically
you don't recall them asking you and you saying, Justin said he had someone wipe the car down.
Yeah, he told me he had somebody to wipe the car down too.
But you didn't think to ask him, right?
I told him, yeah, I wiped it down. He said he used the right stuff because I got somebody else to wipe it down. You know what I'm saying?
So now you're saying you told Justin that you went and wiped it down.
Yeah, I told him too.
Why didn't you tell that to law enforcement who's seeking the truth from you, right?
You know, stuff slip a person's mind too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
kind of an important detail.
Like, they ain't asked me to get away from cutting him. So
You don't think so?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, your fingerprints are on that car.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So when did you go do that?
Like a couple days after the shooting.
Did you tell Quet? Did you go by Quet's house?
Yeah, I ain't called quick and told him that I was finna walk in their backyard, so he'll know who walking over there. I ain't called him.
So you called him, you let him know, you walked through his backyard.
Not through his backyard, that I was finna walk in the backyard where the car was in.
Okay. Why would you need to tell Quet you were gonna be at the car across the street?
Because he got killed. So I ain't want to think nobody trying to get him enough to get shooting at me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm letting him know what's up.
And just to be clear, does he have cameras on the abandoned house, or you're just saying shooting out from facing out from his house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But testimony today is you called Quet and told him you were gonna go over there and wipe that car down. Okay. And you didn't tell law enforcement that either. Does that surprise you that you wouldn't have told them, hey, I even called Quet and told him I was going to go over and do it?
Nah, because, you know, like I say, stuff slip a person mind at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, when law enforcement talking to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't just finna remember everything bit for bit right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, 3 or 4 times, as you said it, right? To meet with him, to go over it, to think about it. You were able to talk with counsel before you went into this. You were able to look at paperwork before you went in, right? And met with him.
Yeah, what you mean though? What you saying? Like, what you saying?
It just slipped your mind.
Nah, what you saying? Like,
No,
what slipped my mind? What you saying?
To tell them all the details.
Yeah, I couldn't just remember detail like that.
Because it's hard to keep up with details when you're lying. You would agree with that, right?
Nah, when you tell them the truth, like, and you're
Okay.
nervous, like, it's hard to keep up with details.
So, you're saying that one just slipped your mind. Okay. You didn't bring it up, they didn't ask you. You just slipped your mind. Okay.
I answered the questions they asked me correctly, you know, like, if they ain't asked me, if I don't recall them asking me, I ain't answering.
So, law enforcement specifically asked you about this $800 that you got after the shooting, right?
Right.
And today, I just want to make clear, you're saying that $500 was hand-delivered by Justin with a letter to your neighbor.
Right.
And her name, just to be clear, is Vivian Fifi, right?
Correct.
Lives next door to your dad.
Correct.
And you know that happened, correct?
Correct.
You say you were on the phone with Justin and Miss Fifi when that was happening.
Correct.
And to confirm that Miss Fifi actually got the money.
Correct.
Okay? Now, but you would agree with me that's not the story you first told law enforcement, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I can't say he's correct in that, but I don't know what I told them, like, when I first talked to him.
But is that the truth?
I can't recall the interview that I had with them back then, so I can't say it's correct or it's not.
Okay. Well, did you tell them that you told them the truth, right?
Yeah, I told them the truth.
All right. So, in that same interview, if that's the truth with Miss Fifi, in that same interview earlier, why would you tell them that some masked man came in a Chrysler 300 on 2 occasions?
No, I
and
did
said,
not say that.
You didn't say that.
I didn't say that earlier. I did not say that. Said a madman on 2 occasions came.
You didn't say that.
Justin dropped it off to Miss Fifi the first time, and he had somebody with a mask on the second time with $300. That's what I said.
So, if that interview recording's got your voice saying that you and Angela backed up in the driveway next door and on 2 separate occasions, the first time somebody brought $500 and your girlfriend Angela got out and got it, and you stayed in the car, and then on another occasion, which is what you said today, somebody bought $300 and Angela got out and got it. You're saying that's just not it. Like, you didn't say that. Somebody else jumped in your interview that was recorded and said those things.
Yeah, I don't remember saying out here. I can't recall the interview. Like, I got to hear it, but we just say, yeah, you know, I see it, yeah, I got to hear it again.
Okay. But if you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have any trouble, right? Going, did I say that or not? Because you know you didn't say it because you told the truth.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling
This time or that time?
I've been telling the truth all the time, all along.
Okay.
Since that good, might as well tell the truth.
A couple of things. You had only two conversations. Well, let me back up. You had one conversation at Quet's house where Jook was there, correct?
Correct.
Justin wasn't there.
Nah, he wasn't there.
And then you said you had an earlier conversation with just you and Quet about the Dolph hit, correct?
Correct.
Now, this conversation that you had at Quet's with Juke was there. I think you said you went to buy X pills.
Correct.
You weren't going over there for the specific purpose of saying you wanted a chance at killing Dolph.
Nah.
Did you ever, during that meeting that you had with Jook and Quet present, did you ever say that you could get up on Dolph real easy because you know where his aunt lives and you see him over there at least once a week?
No.
Never said that.
Never said that.
Now, you've testified today that no promises were made, right? But you're expecting to get consideration. No. You're not expecting to get any consideration for your sentence in this case, based on what you're doing here today.
No. But I know I'm going to jail anyway, so.
Okay.
So maybe we can be real, get it off my chest, figure it out. Start my healing process.
It's not what you told your sisters when you wrote them back in March of 22.
I don't know. Probably not.
You lied to them?
I say anything. I don't know.
Now we're getting somewhere. You'd say anything.
I'm saying like in the letters because I know for sure they taking my letters and stuff, so.
You told them my lawyer is trying to tell me my best out is working with the feds, helping them, something I've never done in my life.
Yeah.
So you're telling them I didn't do this. I didn't really do it. But I'm going to say I did it so I can get out of prison.
Nah, I ain't saying it like that. I ain't saying it like that. Like, I'm saying like, it's my best out to be honest and stuff like that. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, be truthful because they already know. So if they already know, why play with these folks? And they already know.
And then you said, just so on that point, your lawyer, he said that's the only way I will not do life in jail.
Yeah, if I said it then, you know, if I, you know, what I said, if I wrote that, I said it.
Okay.
I ain't finna say I didn't write it.
And then you say that you're hoping essentially not to do any time because your lawyer that you have now was responsible for getting one of the people in the Holly Bobo case out without doing any jail time.
Yeah, I told them his history, you know what I'm saying, like his history, but what he did in the past ain't got nothing to do with this.
No? So you weren't expecting to walk free after today? That's not what you were expecting?
After them folks kept telling me I ain't going, I said forget it. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, it is what it is. I'm being real. So it is what it is. I feel better now.
Okay. Because you told your sisters they gotta let me walk free if I make any deals with them.
And my sister and they green, they don't know nothing about no folk teachers and stuff like that. They green, they don't know nothing about no jail time or nothing like that. So, you know, we just praying, hoping for the best outcome. You know what I'm saying? Like we just leaving in God's hands.
Why would you lie to your family? I mean, you had this this head of conscience after you got clean, right? Right?
It basically like speaking into existence. You know what I'm saying? Like hoping for the best. You know what I'm saying? Outcome. You know what I'm saying? Faith.
Exactly. Hoping to walk free if you go in and testify in this case, right?
Before I talk to them folks and stuff like that, like before I talk to them, they want to tell my sister them like, man, I ain't never did no police ass shit, but you know what I'm saying? Quit already told them everything. They already knew everything, so I might as well, you know, tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Tell my role, tell his role. You know what I'm saying? So be honest.
Well, and you bring up Quet in this letter. You even tell your sisters that when you saw Quet on December 8th, it was like he had a limited time to find somebody to pin this on. Talking about Quet.
Hey, you know, I was just getting locked up, right? So I wasn't finna say, yeah, that was me. I'm not finna say, yeah, I know that was me or nothing like that. Any letter. I'm not finna do that. I'm not finna do that.
You hadn't just got locked up. Agreed? You got locked up in December. This is in March.
Yeah, but I'm still just locked up over here. I came over here in January 11th. So I'm over here now, and I know, man, everything I do, say, whatever, right, they might intercept it. They might listen up. They listen on the phone, so I can't talk like I really want to. You know, letters or nothing.
You repeatedly say in these letters to your sisters that you didn't do this, and you're only going to lie to get yourself a deal. Fair? Whether it was true, whether you say you were lying to them or not, that's what you said here.
Right. I said in that letter once again. I just got over it. I know my case over. I ain't talked to no state or nothing like that. I ain't talked to nobody. So I'm not finna admit to doing nothing in no letter, knowing they might interfere in it. Take it.
You met with law enforcement in December, on December 9th, on the day of your arrest.
Yes, sir, I did.
And within days of writing this, and maybe before then, well, you didn't remember. In days of writing this, you're back meeting with law enforcement.
December the 9th?
In March 13th.
You said December the 9th.
You met with them December 9th?
December the 9th. March.
You're back meeting with them March 13th of 22. Days after writing this letter to your sister, or these letters to your sister.
Well, if it was after I wrote that to my sisters, then I wasn't going to confess because you said I wrote that before I met with them, right?
So I guess what you're saying that is when you met with law enforcement, if it was in March, that you realized you weren't going to lie and you decided to tell the truth then.
To law enforcement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this issue about the $50,000 we talked about earlier, you went into a proffer sometime in March and lied about the $50,000.
What you mean?
You didn't tell them that you had gotten $50,000 for killing Dolph.
I didn't tell them because that was for my lawyer.
Okay.
That was for my lawyer. So I ain't tell them right then and there.
And then in August, you and your lawyer have to appear for another proffer, and you have to clear that up because you lied.
Yeah, I kept it G. Like, you know, yeah, my lawyer told me that the best thing to do, to be honest, that is.
Okay. But you still weren't honest, even after meeting with them the first time. And then in August, you meet with them again.
Hold up, what you mean y'all weren't honest after me with them? Hold up, what you
In March. You lied about the money in March.
in March? Like, what, why I lie about some money?
You
in
didn't
March?
tell them you got any money for killing Dolph.
Nah, look, when I spoke to my lawyer, and my lawyer told me to be honest, I was honest with them.
Okay.
I was honest with them. I told them about the 800, so I ain't tell them I got no money for killing Dolph. I told them about the 800. So how I didn't tell you that?
Now, you originally even tried to get your girlfriend to lie for you, right? With an alibi, Angela.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Who's Letitia Jackson?
That's my baby mom, my kid mom.
Okay. Now, I think you said, well, let me ask you this, was the day that you shot Dolph, but the day before that, did you know you were going to shoot Dolph?
Nah, I ain't know nothing about all this, but I ain't know we were gonna catch Dolph or nothing. But the next day was the day we caught Dolph, that was my baby girl's birthday, to be honest.
Okay.
And I know I told her about a house, buying them a house and all that because I knew that they already had hits on everybody's head and we was out looking for somebody. We didn't know we were gonna catch Dolph, we didn't know who we were gonna catch.
Is that why it was a particularly big day for you?
What you mean big day?
Well, you text Miss Jackson, let's see, 9:05 a.m. on November 17th, 2021, you say good morning. I went to sleep in the midst of texting you to knowing today is my big day.
My baby birthday. My daughter's birthday.
November 17th?
Yeah, my daughter.
You went and killed a man on your daughter's birthday?
Hey, I'm trying to make it right for her. I ain't had no money. I'm trying to get some money that day. So I'm trying to make sure my baby girl, man, have a beautiful birthday. So it was whatever. Then I'm trying to get high on pills. It was whatever.
But you're telling her you're going to buy her house, you're going to give her $10,000 for rent?
I said this
Right.
day before.
The day before.
Yeah, you know, I can tell female lies. You know, you mean?
How did you wipe down the car? What'd you do? You walked through the backyard, you walked up to the car. What did you do next?
You know, I had like peroxide and bleach and stuff.
This yard, and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands.
You trying to say how I did it with a shot on?
I know, I'm just saying, I want to know how you did it.
See when you getting it.
I don't know how you did it. I might need to walk down a car. I don't know.
I just wiped the guy there, you know what I'm saying? I wiped the guy there.
All right, where'd you wipe?
Inside and stuff. Inside in the door panel.
Door pan?
Yeah,
So you wiped down, where'd you wipe down on the inside?
like the armrest, seat and stuff in the door panel.
Okay. What about the outside of the car?
Door panel. Door panel. You know what I'm saying? Wipe the door panel down.
Anything else?
On the outside? Nah, just door panel.
And you know your prints on the car.
Yeah, I ain't know that my print was on the car at the time, but I'm wiping the dope on where I know I touch, you know what I'm saying? Like dope pound and stuff like this. And the blood department, I was just trying to wipe real fast. I ain't want the lawn to go out, so I was just trying to wipe real fast, but it late, you know what I'm saying? I ain't want to get caught by the car. Late. I'm shot, but I'm bandaged up, you know, so, and I ain't trying to let my hat go down because I was on pills and stuff.
What'd you do with the stuff afterwards?
What's the, did I
Stuff you used to clean the car.
I just had it already on the tap.
Okay, so back a few minutes ago, I said you walked back there with like containers of peroxide and bleach and a towel, and you said yes.
I ain't say that.
So I want to make sure you had it was just on the towel.
Yeah, it was on the tap.
Okay. So just one towel. What'd you do with the towel?
I took it there with me.
Okay. Who drove you there?
My dad. I made her hit the block while she let me out, and I get out and walked up. We big thing.
And your girl's name's on.
Yeah.
And just so I'm clear, when would this have been in relation to you shoot off on the 17th? Same day?
No.
2 days, 1 day later, 2 days later?
It wasn't. I can't tell you exactly, but it was a couple days later before they found the car.
Okay.
It probably was the night before they found the car.
And so she drops you off, was she in the tracks?
She dropped me off on Barrett, and I get out.
Barrett?
Barrett Street.
Okay.
And I get out on foot and walk. I ain't want her truck seen on this street and nothing.
Okay. Was it day or night?
Nighttime.
Okay. Was she in the tracks?
Yeah.
Now, did Quet ever tell you that either he or someone else had wiped the car down?
Quick?
Yeah.
Nah, just told me that he had somebody waiting to cut it.
And you were testified about leaving your cell phone in there?
Yeah, I left in the blue phone.
In the glove box. All right. But you had already went to Pressure World and done all that by the time you go back.
On what?
Got your phone.
Yeah, I went to Pressure World. I went to Pressure World. Same day.
When you talked about in your testimony about getting a car covered.
Yeah.
When is that in relation to when you wipe the car down?
Like when Quinn gave me the money for the car coat, it was the same day that they had found the car. Same, like early that morning, he gave me the money for the car coat, and I was gonna put it on there later on the night, but they found the car.
And just to be clear, if I remember right, you said Quet called you to say, I need you to come over here and get money for a car cover. Don't cover that car.
Justin was talking about that anyway. Justin told me that anyway.
But were you part of the were you part of the conversation between Govan and Justin to be talking about that anyway?
What you mean, was like?
You just said he and Justin were talking about that. Were you part of those
Justin
conversations?
was telling him he was gonna send him some Cashapp money to buy a car cover so we could cover.
How do
the
you
car.
know that?
Because I went over there, I was over Go Van house, we got some pills on me and everything. Like, and we were talking about we had to get rid of this car. We were saying we need to get rid of this car, burn this car up.
And you're saying that Govan's telling you he's in contact with Justin. And
Yeah.
Justin, okay, all right. And just to be clear, when it comes to Govan or Quet, is it a y'all need to take care of this problem, or is it we, him included, need to take care of this problem?
He's saying me and Justin really need to get rid of that car. He told me because if they question him, he gonna tell them how they really massive, so he give it to his gambler. That's what he said.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I know, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be super quick, Judge. The last thing, a lot of us probably didn't understand. Quet told y'all that if the police come to him and ask him about the car, he's gonna say holler at William Massey.
Yeah,
Is that his attorney?
yeah, that was his attorney.
Okay, so he's telling y'all, he's gonna tell the police, I'm not talking to y'all, I'll talk to my
Yeah,
attorney.
he talked to my attorney,
He's gonna
so I can give it to my gambler.
do his sports gambling?
Yeah.
Okay. When Mr. Evans was asking you questions, he's asking about text messages and stuff. This is something I just forgot to do. Did the police seize your telephone from Letitia after you gave it to her? Is that telephone 901-513-6236?
It was.
And the rest is back there maybe 3 times. Is that right?
Yeah.
If I ever told you you're gonna walk out of jail,
Nah, he never did.
have I always told you that you're going to prison?
Yeah, he told me
No further questions.
Mr. Evans, any recross?
Oh, you're on.
Are you next witness?
We have 5 minutes to pull her ready for the medical examiner. She's gonna be the next witness.
Let's take a break.
Court stands in recess, brief recess. Then you pass me, turn, follow me.
I think it's that big. It always happens when people say it wrong. I think it's that big.
Yeah. They will have to leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, the next witness will be the medical examiner. And I'm going to admonish you now, if you don't think you're going to be able to, remain unemotional, if you don't think you're going to be able to sit through watching, or looking at photos of the autopsy, please excuse yourself now, because there won't be any outbursts tolerated. Thank you. I am. State, call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Julia Scantleberry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last witness for today.
Stand right here, ma'am. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? I do. Have a seat. Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, JulietScantlebry.
I'm sorry. Can you say that slower?
Okay, Juliet, Juliette, Scantleberry, Bury.
Thank you.
Dr. Scantleberry, where are you currently employed?
At West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center.
Okay, what's your position?
I'm an assistant medical examiner,
And how long have you been in that position?
5 years.
Okay. And what does your job consist of?
Performing autopsies.
Okay. So could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
So I attained my Bachelor of Science in Biology at Howard University. After that, I completed my medical training at Howard University College of Medicine. I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Washington University in St. Louis. And then I did some forensic pathology fellowships at St. Louis University.
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am.
And are you a licensed physician in Tennessee?
I am.
Okay. So my next question is, what exactly is forensic pathology?
It's a specialized branch of medicine that uses medical legal approach to death and disease.
Okay. And what does a forensic pathologist do?
So they perform autopsies to determine cause and manner of death in certain cases based on a jurisdiction.
Okay. Can you tell us what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is basically an external and internal examination of a deceased person, and you do a basic overview of the external, noting any trauma, medical disease, or any findings like tattoos or scars, and then internal examination to note if there's any injury or medical disease, and with all of that, determine what caused the death of a person.
Okay. So what are the different stages of an autopsy?
So it kind of starts with the investigation, and with the investigation determine what level of autopsy needs to be performed. And first stage would be reviewing materials. The next stage is determining if x-rays or anything needs to be done. And then external examination, once the body is undressed and photographed, the doctor will take external view of the body, noting any demographic information like hair color, eye color, if their teeth, their tattoos, scars, then note any medical intervention, if they were having IVs, and also any medical disease, if they had any changes on their bodies, and then trauma is assessed externally.
Okay. Have you ever performed an autopsy?
I have.
About how many would you say?
Over 2,000.
Okay. So could you explain to the jury exactly what does cause of death mean?
So cause of death is the immediate reason that led to a person no longer living. So it's more what occurred in the body that led to death. So if you were shot, it may lead to exsanguination, you're losing blood, and that would lead to your death. So it's basically what started the chain of events that led to somebody dying.
Is that different from manner of death?
It is.
How is it different?
So the manner of death informs what happens to the cause of death. So manner of death is circumstances around those causes. So if it's something that happened naturally, that your body did all of it, that's natural. If it's something at the hands of another, it might be considered a homicide. If it's something that is happened in the course of doing something else, but it wasn't intentional to cause the death, it might be accident.
And have you ever testified about your findings in court before? About an autopsy?
I have.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness? And how many times about that?
I think 4 times in Shelby County and a little bit more than that in outside counties in Tennessee and in St. Louis City and some St. Louis counties.
Okay.
Or Missouri counties, I should say.
Your Honor, I now tender Dr. Scantleberry as an expert in forensic pathology and ask that she be allowed to state her opinions as to a reasonable degree of certainty, medical certainty.
We would stipulate as to our expertise and have no objection.
Thank you. I qualify Dr. Scantleberry as a expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Dr. Scantleberry, I now want to ask you about a specific autopsy. Autopsy number 2021-2619 for an Adolph Thronton Jr. Did you perform this autopsy?
I did.
Do you recall when the autopsy was performed?
On November 18th, 2021.
And did you make a report as to your findings and conclusions as a result of the autopsy of Mr. Thornton?
I did.
Okay. I want to pass you a document. So do you recognize that document I just handed to you?
I do.
And what is it?
It is my autopsy report and some supporting documents.
Is that your signature down at the bottom?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to have the autopsy report entered into evidence and marked as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
This is a multi-page center. Name of decedent Adolph Robert Thronton Jr. With the state number 21-79-4134. We'll mark this as exhibit 27.
So now I just want to go over the autopsy report a little bit. First, I want to ask you, how did your autopsy proceed? Where did you start?
So I started with being notified of the death, and then I reviewed the investigative material that the medical legal death investigator performed, or produced, and then I had requested what I needed done for the case. So it will start with me getting x-rays, and then the autopsy technician would be weighing the decedent. They would be taking measurements, and then they would undress them after taking pictures and documenting what they found on the body. And then after pictures are taken of the overall body and certain findings of the body, then more specific photos are taken of the injuries that were found on the body. And then I would start my external examination with everything, all the findings, and then measurements of all the injuries that were on the body. And after that, I performed the autopsy with the assistance of the autopsy technician with their eviscerated body, and I would note what was injured and what was found in each body cavity, and also going to the head.
So during the course of the autopsy, you said pictures were taken.
Yes.
Did you take pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, gonna do one by one.
So this is the right side of the head and neck, showing a large wound on the right jaw.
Okay. You can place that one down.
So because these have been previously marked, I need to know which one you're sending.
Your Honor, this is actually going to be exhibit number 16 that was previously marked. And now as to the exhibit number 17 that was previously marked. Dr. Scantlebury, can you tell us what you see in that picture?
Yes. This is the back side of the body, mostly highlighting the right back with several wounds, and some wounds are noted on the left side of the back as well. And you can see the wound on the right jaw.
You can place that one down as well. As to exhibit number 18, could you tell me what you see in that picture?
So this is a front side of the body, highlighting the left side, and it shows some gunshot wounds here.
Okay, you can place that one down. And as to exhibit number 19, what do you see in that picture?
So this shows the right wrist and hand and a little bit of the forearm, and it shows some gunshot wounds. This one mostly highlights a wound at the right wrist.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 20. Could you tell us what you see in that picture?
So this is a wound of the left forearm right here, and it shows a gunshot wound of the left forearm.
And exhibit number 21. What is shown in that picture?
This is an overall picture of some of the clothing that was removed from Mr. Thornton.
Okay, you can place that one down. And exhibit number 22, is this also some of the clothing?
Yes. This is a shirt. It has some markers that indicate where some defects in the clothing were found.
Is that the front or the back of the shirt?
I'm not certain, but it looks like the back.
Okay. And you can place that one down as well. And exhibit number 23. What do you see in that picture?
So this is the front of a shirt, and it also has some markers indicating.
24.
This is a undershirt with markers showing where defects were found.
Okay, you can place that down. And exhibit 25.
This is overall of some property that was found on Mr. Thornton. It has money, some jewelry, some cards, and a condom.
Okay, place that one down. And exhibit 26. What is shown in that one?
This is an overall view of bullet fragments from the right jaw that were recovered.
Okay, you can place that one down. Your Honor, we are asking that those photos that have been previously marked be entered into evidence.
We'll mark exhibits, will enter into evidence exhibits 16 through 26 that have been previously marked and identified by this witness into evidence. Have you not done it already?
If I could have those pictures back. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish to the jury?
Judge, may we be briefly approached?
You may.
Dr. Steelberry, can you hear me again?
I can.
Okay. If you could just project your voice loud, and if you can't hear me, let me know.
Ms. Williams, I'm gonna ask you to do the same, please.
Absolutely, Judge. Okay. Dr. Steelberry, I believe this photo might be a little bit blurry, but could you tell the jury what is actually shown in this photo?
Okay, so this is showing his. Do you have a pointer by any chance?
Yes. Just press and hold that first button at the top.
Thank you. All right, so to orient everyone, so this is the top of his head. This will be his torso here. This is the right side of the body, his ear, and this large defect here is a gunshot wound on the right jaw. And this is well, can't really see it that well. But this is the placard with scale and case number indicating which case it belongs to.
So for this wound, did the bullet or bullets hit anything as it passed through the body?
It did.
Okay, what exactly did it hit?
It struck the skeletal muscle and caused a lot of fractures to the mandible, the lower jaw, and it caused fracturing around the gums where the teeth are located in the lower jaw.
And your medical opinion, would this wound be catastrophic or fatal?
Potential.
Okay, move on to the next one. And just for the record, Your Honor, I am going in order of the exhibits.
Thank you.
exhibit number 17. Dr. Scantlebury, can you tell us what we're looking at right here?
We're looking at the back of the body. The head is here. The head is here, and his feet would be down here. This is his right arm. This is his left arm. And you can see this area here, there, and you're not so great. Some over here.
So for the torso or this area, how many entrance wounds did you calculate?
For the torso, 8.
Okay. Were there any exit wounds?
Yes,
Okay. How many exit wounds were there?
4.
Was that near the back of the torso or the front of the torso?
Front of the torso.
Okay. And did any of these bullets hit any vital organs as they passed through the body?
They did.
And what did it hit?
It hit the right lung, liver, the thoracic aorta, which is a major blood vessel that supplies blood to the whole body, small intestine, several ribs, and some vertebrae.
And could those wounds be potentially fatal in this instance?
Yes.
And if I could ask about the trajectory of the bullets as it passed through the torso, what directions were they coming from?
So for these wounds of the torso, they had a very mixed pattern, but most of them, the general track is forward.
Okay. So it came through
The back to the front. Yes.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next one. This is exhibit 18. Could you tell us what we're looking at?
This is the front of the body, mostly the left. This is his left arm here, his head is here, and his lower body would be here. And it can show a gunshot wound here and here.
And are those exit wounds or entry wounds?
Exit wounds.
Okay. And how many did you say again that you calculated? 4. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next one. This is exhibit 19. Dr. Scantlebury, can you tell us what we are looking at right here?
This is the right side of the body, mostly highlighting the right upper extremity. This is the forearm here, the wrist, and the hand. And it highlights a large wound, gunshot wound of the right wrist.
Next one. This is exhibit number 20. Moving on to the next exhibit, which is exhibit 21. Now, are these the victim's clothing?
They are.
Okay, so exactly what did he come to, what was he wearing when he came to you?
These clothes.
Okay, so we have 2 shirts, pair of jeans, boxers, shoes, and socks.
Correct.
Okay. Was there any property found within his clothing?
They were.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 22. And Dr. Scantlebury, if you could just give me some clarification here. Are these white squares showing where there are holes in the clothing?
Correct.
Okay. Are there arrows on those white squares?
They are.
Okay. All right. And about how many holes in the clothing did you calculate?
I did not count those.
Okay. Thank you. And the next picture is exhibit number 23. Now, it looks like the same photo, but is this the front or the back of the shirt?
This is the front of the shirt.
Okay. And do those white squares also indicate holes in the clothing?
Correct.
Okay. In exhibit 24, looks like this is an undershirt. And the same thing as the last shirt. Do those white squares indicate holes within that garment?
Correct.
Okay. And the next exhibit, number 25, could you tell us what we're looking at right here?
So we're looking at the overall view of property that was found on or in pockets of the clothing for Mr. Thornton.
Okay. Were there any weapons found within his clothing?
I don't recall.
Okay.
What was that response?
I don't recall.
And on to the final exhibit, number 26. What are we looking at, Dr.?
This is the brown areas that all looked at.
Regarding the bullet fragments that were recovered from the right jaw, would it be within your job duties to conduct tests on those fragments?
No, it would not.
Okay. And do you happen to know whether or not the murder weapons were recovered in this case at all?
Not at the time I did the case, no.
Okay. So if the murder weapons were recovered, would it be within your job duties to conduct tests on them?
It would not be.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. So, Dr. Stanberry, what is a toxicology test?
At the time autopsy, we take certain fluids, usually blood, sometimes liver, and certain fluids also from the eye, and we submit it to a toxicology lab, and they run a particular test that I order, and based on the drugs that they look for in that particular test, it would test against the blood, and whatever detected would be read as a positive finding.
Okay. And is a toxicology test a standard part of an autopsy?
Most cases, yes.
Okay. And did you conduct a toxicology test for this victim?
I did.
And what were the results of that test?
It was the active ingredient of marijuana was detected.
Okay. So as to the total entry wounds to this victim, how many were there?
20.
20. Okay. How about the exit wounds?
4.
Okay. And do you, in your medical opinion, were these gunshot wounds enough to cause death?
They were.
Okay. And within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you render an opinion as to the cause of this victim's death?
I did.
What was the cause of that?
Gunshot wounds of the head, torso, and neck.
Okay. And did you render an opinion as to the manner of death?
I did.
And what was your opinion?
Homicide.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few questions. You were asked about entry wounds and versus exit wounds, and I think you said there's 20 entry wounds and 4 exit wounds. So ballistics, or use the term ballistics. As far as ballistics go, within your job and your responsibilities, do you recover bullets from the body that are still in the body at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
How many of those did you recover?
So I recovered 4 bullets that were related to this shooting, and then there were 3 others that occurred, like he had in his body from before. So remote bullets, I found 3 of them.
All right, so 3 from him being shot some other occasion.
Yes.
Okay, so 4 related to this shooting.
Yes.
And then, does that include fragments, or is that a different category?
So in this case specifically, he had several fragments, and some due to evidentiary value, they're very small. I didn't recover all of them, but I recovered the larger ones. Yes.
Okay, and is that inclusive in the number that you just gave me of the bullets recovered?
Yes.
Okay, were some of those intact?
Most weren't.
Most weren't.
Yeah.
But to your recollection, were any intact? One was intact. And it would be your procedure and policy as the medical examiner to package any of those bullets and bullet fragments in the brown envelope, right? And send those back to law enforcement to let them do any potential ballistic firearms testing on them, correct?
Correct.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
gentlemen, you have heard something, you have not heard everything you're going to hear. So I ask you to go and have a good evening with dinner. Don't talk about this case. Just enjoy your evening. Eat well, sleep well. And we will see you back here in the morning at 9:30 and we'll get started. Thank you.
All right.
No, leave your notepads here. We need to go back on the record for anything? Before we,
I don't think so,
we don't
Judge.
need to go back on the record for anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Just go with the- just keep the video on, you're good.
And I'm making you work.
I'll make sure he gets this.
Well, that's it for day one, guys, of the Young Dolph trial. This is gonna get wrapped up pretty quickly, huh? Very quickly. But you do the crime, you do the time. I just hate it for his kids and his his parents, his mom, his pops, his brother. Dolph did a documentary a while ago or whatever, and he like, but he went through, he introduced like everybody to his family, his sisters, everybody, and you could just tell how family oriented he was. And his kids are beautiful. He got two beautiful kids. But anyway, So yeah, what I was about to say was there is some more Diddy news. Ouch. Some more that that came out, and I might cover that in a little bit. Will still be the first witness if Adrian's prosecuted. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, because she just I don't know. I mean at this point she has to know that the way she's going about things is not winning her any favors with the jury. One suspect took a plea. No, it was 3 of them. So today, what we originally thought was supposed to be Cornelius Johnson and Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson. That's what they have been telling us for months. Those 2 were going to be on trial today. There was another guy whose name I forget right now, who is Justin Johnson's like half brother, step brother, and he apparently had kind of helped in the aftermath, I guess, of him like getting away and stuff like that. He took a plea a long time ago. Like because he didn't have anything to do with the actual crime. You know what I'm saying? He had just kind of gave him a ride somewhere, and they was trying to rope him into the murder because of that. And he was like, hell no, no. I beg your pardon. I don't have nothing to do with that. And so he took a plea out the gate. And so I'm assuming Cornelius did as well, since he's not. I didn't really look into that like I probably should have, but I'm gonna go research it in a little bit. I don't understand why they all didn't. Plead to snitch on Govan, the supposed to be mastermind. Y'all want the master? Well, we want the shooters too. I mean, y'all was gonna get some time, but hell, I'm gonna tell on the mastermind. I'm gonna tell on the nigga with the money. But I also be trying to remember that these boys know they going to prison or whatever, and the gang life is just as hard as the gang life is on the street. It is in the prison. So if he were to tell, you never know. He might be trying to save his reputation and his self from what he got to face in prison. I think so. I gotta double check. They did. Like they didn't have to do it like that. Like they said 20. She said that it was 20 entry wounds and 4 exit wounds. So they shot him 20 times and only 4 of the bullets came out. That's overkill. And what she was saying in the beginning was either one of those, I think that's what she was saying, is either one of those chest wounds would have been fatal. And I didn't know he still had I guess he still had bullets in him from the last time that he was shot. But anyway, I might make a video or go live later about the new Diddy news. I'm gonna go and handle my children right quick. But I will catch y'all later. Thank y'all so much for watching with me. Thank you.